Furs. I'm chairman of the Milton Planning Board. We are here for our 11th meeting of the 2017 fiscal year. I'm going to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves, starting on my right.
Alex Whiteside, I'm a member.
Michael Kelly, member.
Tim Serwinski, Assistant Town Planner.
April Lamoureux, member.
Cheryl Tagayas, member.
Great, thank you. We have a next meeting is December 22nd. That'll be our last meeting of the calendar year. We're going to approve some minutes tonight. We're going to have citizens speak. We have several items of new business. We have 4 public hearings, but I'm going to have an announcement about 3 of those. We have a 7:15 public hearing for the Beechwood Lane 683 Brush Hill Road definitive subdivision modification, which was continued from November 10th. That application has been withdrawn. The 7:30 Carrick Realty Trust special permit for Central Avenue Planned Unit Development, 131 Elliott Street. That is scheduled for 7:30. That meeting will be opened and continued until January when the time comes at the request of the applicant. And then we have a 7:45 public hearing scheduled for Dennis and Martha Burke special permit for cluster development at 245 Highland Street. That's continued from October 27th. That will also be continued to a date certain when we open the hearing later on. And finally, we have an 8 o'clock public hearing for Pulte Homes special permit for cluster development, Milton Woods Town Farm Site, continued from November 16th. The good news is we have plenty of new and old business to keep us busy until 8 o'clock. We will start with citizens speak, please. And I recognize anybody in the audience that wishes to speak. Yes, please come forward.
Hi, everybody. My name is Annie Davis, 39 Avalon Road, and town meeting member, Precinct 2. I came here tonight to speak about hiring a consulting team to create a vision and development plan for the Milton Landing area and the surrounding business district. I participated as a citizen in the master plan development, and I also took wonderful lessons in the Learn to Row program sponsored by the Neponset Rowing Club. But I think that this is not just about Milton Crew and not just about the Milton Yacht Club. It's not just about the farmer's market or the Swift Hat Shop or a developer who wants to build a large structure overshadowing the area. It is about the future. And as you all well know, the timing is right to begin the process of specifically defining how this can better serve the people in the town of Milton as a place for recreation, as well as a place to appreciate nature. And this plan can serve as the framework for this board and for the public, setting expectations as well as parameters. After the last meeting with the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen, I was disappointed by your apparent reluctance to accept the recommendation of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. So my hope is that we can put the plan back in Planning Board and endorse moving ahead with this effort. I look forward to that progress, and I hope to hear about that at town meeting in May. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a gentleman in the back.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Terry Driscoll. I live at 331 Center Street, and I'm the president of the Friends of Milton Crew and the Neponset Rowing Club. I'm here to echo what the previous speaker just mentioned. I would support the idea of a consultant coming in to look at the Wharf Street site and to look at the best use of that site. We have a rowing program there that's been very successful. We've been very lucky to have a partner, the Milton Yacht Club, that's allowed us to use their dock for the last 6 years. We put several kids, athletes through this program. We have a student this year got a scholarship to Boston University. We have a student rowing at Princeton. just several success stories. But access to the river, not only for us, but for the public. As we looked at this idea of putting a dock in, which we've been talking about for a few years now, we realized it's bigger than Milton Crew. It's the town of Milton, and even the surrounding towns. But it's access to the Neponset River, taking advantage of this valuable resource. We have, as a previous speaker mentioned, she did our Learn to Row program. We've got over 20 adults that row, and they love it. As much as they like the exercise and getting out, the beauty of being in the Neponset River, it's unique, it's amazing. We're really lucky to have that asset. And if we can increase access to the public, it would be a win-win for us and for the town. So we would just like to support the idea of moving forward with a consultant. There are, not only the town, but we do have the stakeholders down there. We have 88 War Street. We have the Friends of Milton Crew. We have Milton Yacht Club. We have the Park Department. And we have the Farmers Market. Right now, we store boats on property that they would like to expand into. But I think there's an opportunity now to look at the big picture and come up with a plan that would work for everybody, so that 5 years from now, if we move forward with a dock that we think is the best spot to put to launch boats from, in 5 years from now we realize it's not the best, and we say, why did we do that? Why didn't we put more thought into it? Why didn't we have a better plan? So I just think we should take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Conlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. Katie Conlon, the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, 42 Reedsdale Road. I'm here not so much on behalf of our board tonight, other than just to give a report after our joint meeting, but mainly as a member of the Master Plan Implementation Committee and one member of the Board of Selectmen. Since we had our joint meeting a couple of weeks ago, the town administrator has searched our budgets to see if there might be any funding that we could come up with in answer to some of the questions that came up from planning board members as to whether we could contribute anything to the cost of the $15,000 study that the committee is seeking. And unfortunately, she has looked, and we have not been able to do that because we've got our own transition costs. We're probably going to be going to the warrant committee on our own for reserve fund transfer for some of our town administrator transition costs. But we are going to be meeting about the budget next week, and the master plan has been a real priority of the Board of Selectmen over the past several years. We did have a member on the master plan committee. I'm currently serving as our member on the implementation committee, and it is a priority for the board. So we're committed to looking for funding in our budget next year to possibly supplement what the planning board may seek through its budget. Or it's possible that the two boards may want to consider submitting a warrant article that would be for a specific appropriation for purposes of the master plan that would have the advantage of having it be very transparent, have town meeting weigh in on it and specifically vote on it. But I would, as a member of the master plan committee and one member of the Board of Selectmen, I do encourage the planning board to seriously consider and support what Cheryl had requested on behalf of our committee at the last joint meeting, which was to use the $15,000 that's in the expense line for the planning board budget this year. Although it was put in for a different purpose, a year ago it was sought for codification of zoning. It's not a separate line item by that amount. It's in the general expense line, and as we know from time to time, budget needs change. And what may be anticipated a year ago, having already been addressed by a member of the staff, Tim Serwinski, rather than through the need for an outside consultant, that's freed up some money, and we think this is a very good purpose. And a worthwhile endeavor. It addresses an immediate need, and the funds are available in your budget. I know there's been an effort to identify other sources that unfortunately have not come through. And secondly, Mr. Chair, I just really wanted to publicly thank Cheryl Tugayas, who's the chair of our committee. We have a very hard-working committee, but I know what a full plate you have because you've got a lot of projects before you. On top of that, Cheryl, as the chair of our committee, really has given terrific leadership on this Milton Village and Wharf area issue, talking with consultants, getting all the stakeholders to the table. When the stakeholders came into the selectmen's meeting in the summer and wanted to see how could we address this issue of a dock that would serve the needs of the crew team and also not interfere with the needs of the yacht club, that's something that we could have proceeded with the park commissioners, but Cheryl suggested that this would be really ripe for the master plan committee to look at because the wharf area is addressed in the master plan. and it's something that the committee could really get its arms around. We're looking at big, long-term issues like traffic and housing, and that's going to take a little while for us to come forward with some good recommendations on those. But this is a specific need and an immediate need, and it's something that the committee can get off to really a good success with if we're able to support this and fund it. So I wanted to just thank Cheryl for all of her efforts to move the ball forward here, and I hope the planning board will support the committee's request. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak as citizen speak? Mr. Sloan?
Thank you. I'm Andrew Maloney. I'm a Milton resident, 258 Reedsdale Road, and I'm the Commodore of the Milton Yacht Club. We're a 100-year-old nonprofit with about 100 members, 35 or 40 or so boats on the landing. About 80 of our members are Milton residents, and we've had a lease with the town for the past number of years that is up for renewal, we hope, and would be supportive of working through a consulting process. I think it's important for the members of this board, as well as people in the town, to realize that the Milton Yacht Club helps the town discharge its obligations under state law to provide a public access right-of-way to the Neponset estuary. We do that by maintaining a public boat ramp and by letting people use the dock at Milton Wharf. We're a public club. We welcome new members. We recently amended our bylaws by unanimous vote of the membership to include a kayak and paddleboard membership with an expedited application process and a reduced fee schedule. So we hope that people will enjoy the landing, that they'll continue to benefit from the public access right-of-way. And we charge our members with work hours for the club to keep the property up and to keep the area maintained. And by using a simple allocation of $25 an hour for the work that we do around the club, we spend about $50,000 a year to support the landing. We've also paid more than $150,000 in rental payments to effectively to the Parks and Recs Department, and we're happy to do that. So we've been happy to help the Milton crew team have a home and move toward a permanent team, and we would be happy to participate in a consulting study. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sloan?
Good evening. Joe Sloan from 55 Concord Avenue. I know that you have on your agenda tonight to start looking at some possible language for zoning that might go forward on the 487 Blue Hills Parkway project. There has been, as far as I can recall, a total of 5 different drafts of zoning language since February, 3 of which came out since the February special town meeting. Potential draft zoning language for that Parkway property. There has been a bit of focus on the things that have been added to the proposal and little changes, and I would ask you as you go forward to be mindful of looking back to what was presented to town meeting in February and look specifically at at the number of things that have been omitted from the current draft version. That the latest version was issued on the 1st of November. And there is a list that I could submit to you, but I just bring up 2 examples. For instance, right in the second paragraph of the zoning development, there was different variations in the language as to the size of the lot that would be that the zoning would apply to. And specifically before town meeting in February, there were limits, there was an upper limit on the size of the lot. So as well as saying what the minimum lot size was, it says what the maximum size was. And the current draft simply says a lot that would contain at least 80,000 square feet. And if you skip to the end of that paragraph, it also includes the line that says that the lot should be deemed to include a combination of adjacent lots and one ownership. This is one of the things that carried over from the non-conforming conversation, zoning conversation earlier about the concern about acquiring adjacent lots to increase the size of a development. And so some of the language that had been put forward and had worked into earlier drafts isn't now present in this draft. And the second example that I would give you is in regards to setbacks, that the earlier versions of the zoning had considerable focus after public input and Conservation Commission input on what would happen at the back of the property. And in fact, the article that went before town meeting had a 90-foot buffer at the back of the property to the town's conservation land. And the current draft has no language at all for any buffer back there. And I think that there has been a shift away from the focus on what would happen at the back of the property. And the people who have been putting a lot of attention into Pope's Pond and possible improvements of the pond in its existing state have concerns that the focus not be taken away from what the buffer would be from any potential development to the pond. So I use those as two examples. Encourage you to try and incorporate some of the things that we put forward earlier in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. If you have a list you'd like to submit, I think we'd all like to see it.
I think I'll send an email because I
Great.
don't have it all in one place. I'll do that.
But we'd
Thank
like
you.
to see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else for citizen speak? I have a woman over here on the left side of the room.
Hi, my name is Katie Schmidt. I live at 62 Churchill Street on the Parkway, and I'm here to address the Ice House. And I walk the Parkway all the time. I walk it with I've walked it with my kids, my dogs, and myself, so I'm very familiar with that area. My concern is the density of the proposal that's there. They list 70 parking spaces, but you're having the residents that are there that are about 20 or more. You're having the food shopping, you're having the professional building that's there, you're having the banking, and you're having a cafe. And it seems to me that 70 sounds like a lot, but it's not for the activity that's being planned for there. And also, you'd be competing for those parking spaces between 5 and 7. You'd want to encourage people to use to have activity there and to do the shopping there, but you'd also have the people coming home from work at that time. And it's assumed that there'd be one car per unit and that might be shared some parking. But we have to, if there's 2 adults living in a unit, there's going to be 2 cars in that unit more than likely. And one of those cars might stay home during the day. So those 70 spaces don't sound like a lot then once you think through some of the parking that has to occur there and some of the activity. The other item is the bylaws, and I felt like there was language in there, or the phrases that were used were very open-ended. And it would be, if it's practical, if it's reasonable, and that just left an open field, and that I think needs to be tightened up, or needs to be, so that we can understand more what's going on there. And I want to make it clear that I'm not opposed to change. I'm somebody who likes change, that I go after change. Ask my husband, and he would tell you that that's, or people, my friends, are that. So I don't like being labeled as someone who doesn't like change. I'm also not opposed to the owners, the McKeans, making the most of what their property is and getting the most for their property. They have been neighbors, they're in my community, and I want to see them succeed. But you can tell that I'm disinclined to support the proposal right now because of its density, because of the way the bylaws were written. Also, it borders the conservation land and other things that other people have brought up. But I'm opposed to it basically because of the density and because of the bylaws. And I appreciate the time and energy that Ned Corcoran has put into this. I've attended each of the informational meetings that we've had. I'm going to continue to plan and to work with them. I'm very proud to live in Milton. I'm also a person who lived in JP and lived in Cambridge. I've lived in urban areas, I've lived in rural areas, and I know the advantages of each. And I came to Milton 30 years ago because of the residential. And we have amenities in our communities close to us. Things are convenient to us. And that's, we have a great town. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, in the back?
My name's Michael Roberts. I'm a resident of the town. I live at 100 Adams Street. I'm a stakeholder in the Lower Mills area, both as a owner of business property and as a resident of the area. I happen to also own the Swift Hat Shop. I'm here to urge the board to appropriate money to a study of the area. I think that Lower Mills and the Wharf are jewels of the town of Milton, and I believe that they are underdeveloped and will never be developed under the current zoning. The current zoning, I've owned 98 Adams Street for since 1996. It is a building that's been used for commercial. It sits in a commercial zone. It's been used for commercial purposes and for residential purposes over the course of the last, at least since 1820, I'm told. Absolutely nothing can be done with that building under the current zoning that is economically feasible. 100 Adams Street runs into the same problem. 100 Adams Street is a multi-family home overlooking the Neponset River that, because of its situation where it's a non-conforming use in a commercial zone, there's almost nothing that can be done by right. As everybody's aware, the way investors are able to attract capital is to be able to know what they can do and what they can't do. Almost nobody will invest when you tell them you don't know what you can do. On those two properties, and I think they're a real key to the area. I'm also the developer of 36 Central Avenue, which in the when the earlier discussions, and I attended the meetings when the overlay for the central area was being examined. Most people won't realize this, but since that was the town parking lot, it wasn't even in consideration to be part of the overlay because it wasn't big enough. The other interesting thing is Central mirrors Lower Mills in a lot of ways. It's kind of triangular in its nature. It's got Henry's Ice Cream at one corner of the triangle. It has 36 Central at the other end, and it's got Steel and Rye at the other end of it. Everything in between those buildings is infill. Infill is stuff that occurs when there's thriving businesses there. A lot of people don't realize that Henry's, when it was there, and when the Mercury dealership was where Fallon Ambulance was, and when there was a police station where 36 Central now stands, the infill that's there, the businesses that are there, were created to support a commercial population that existed at the time. That's why we have the stores. When those businesses left, the stores began to deteriorate. Everybody can see what's happening right now. It takes the investment of one property, which I think 36 Central did a lot for getting Central going. When I originally looked at buying the parking lot and developing that building there, Central was dark. I think it was, the studies had shown it was blighted were the words that were, nobody would think it's blighted right now. And really that happened because the foresight of the planning board. Looking at it, we lobbied for having 36 Central included in the area, and we also lobbied for density. Now, density and parking become the big issues that become political footballs that, from my standpoint, cause development not to occur, not because it shouldn't occur or it can't occur. It occurs because people are afraid. And when people are afraid, nothing happens. It's much easier to stop things when people are afraid than it is to get things going. The way you get things going is to have a study done by a neutral where ideas can be looked at. It's not one developer going in and trying to change things or a property owner going in to change things. It is a bunch of people go to somebody who their stake is figuring out a way to make the area work, and then figuring out what can be done and what the ideas are, and putting those ideas together so that they can be cultivated. So when we go back to Lower Mills, I think Lower Mills right now is, and the wharf area, it's primed to be developed in a nice way. We have to decide how to develop it, and we can't do that while the competing interests are emotionally invested in things and nobody's actually looking at the facts. Every developer has to come up with a traffic study, and every developer has to do this. The costs become so burdensome, especially since there's a chance, and I ran into it with 36 Central, where you spend $200,000 or $300,000, and you are sitting there hoping you get a vote, and you can't get your money back. Well, nobody's going to do that unless we, as a town, pass rules that allow that sort of development to occur. Our economy has, and the last thing I'll say is our economy has changed dramatically. We used to have an economy where a commercial area worked because there were businesses that employed people that were in those areas. You look throughout Long Island, you look at where this development occurs, it's because there were businesses there that brought people into the area, and those people ended up doing the shopping and the purchasing that supported the rest of the area. The way we work has fundamentally changed, and our zoning has to begin to catch up with the way we work. The way we work is we work in our homes, and we work on the internet. And therefore, the place the people are is at home working. So I'm an advocate of mixed use. I'm an advocate for transit-oriented development. I'm an advocate for lessening parking in places close to mass transit. That scares people in Milton. I don't think they should be scared of it, because it turns out if these things are balanced properly, they create vibrancy. You go to Europe, it's all little villages that are actually working. There's lots of stores, there's lots of shops, there's butcher shops, because people like to hang around together, they like to talk. We don't have a place in Milton, other than now Central, where people can go shop, and we have a little bit in East Milton, and it really works. But if you have people living there, and I'll say one other last thing. I'm involved in a project in Cohasset Village right now, where we're building 11 condominiums right in the village on a piece of land that's transitional, like the piece of land I have here. It's transitional between the neighborhood and the commercial area. We're building homes there to create an ability for people to walk into town and support the shops that are there. The zoning was very interesting. You had to have commercial frontage, and then if you could find a lot, and it really didn't matter how big the lot was, if there was space in behind it, you could develop in behind the commercial and on top of the commercial to begin to develop residential there. And that's been very, very effective. It takes a long time for these things to go. Our project is there. You can read about it. It's a good project. People are loving it. It's going to create traffic for the town, and it's probably going to do the same thing Central did, which is begin to spur other developers to be able to do it. But again, this has taken a long time, because the planning board was writing the rules rather than coming up with rules that you could actually build to. And that creates risk. So I would encourage you to hire a consultant to look at this, begin to take a look at the area at a macro level, begin to look at ideas. I'm a stakeholder. I have lots of ideas. Many times I don't have any place to have my ideas turn into fruit. And that's what, as creators, that's what we want to do. We want to create things.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
All right. So anyway, that's my pitch for, trying to come up with some money. You come up with some money, and a consultant does this thing. There's many people down in Lower Mills that have good ideas and would like to invest in their properties. And I think we don't know how we can invest and get any return on it under the current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for citizen speak? Okay, great. Thank you for all of your comments. We are going to move on now. We're going to quickly ask for an approval of any minutes that are outstanding. I have a copy of minutes from November 26th. Is that all we have out? 16th, excuse me, November 16th.
We've got the 10th and the 16th. have we?
Okay.
And there isn't much, I've got a few changes, but not much. Take a look.
Cheryl? Pass it to Mike. see him.
Problem?
Tim, 540 Harlan Street, re-signing of lot modification plan, is that something that we can do quickly?
Yes.
Right? Bill, 540 Harlan Street, re-signing of lot modification plan.
When it was originally signed,
Those are all fine with me.
the board approved it. You have a packet before you with the minutes, with the signed special permit. It was signed by the board, and it was lost by the engineer before it could be recorded at the registry. I did talk to town council. He said, present board gets to sign it. It's fine. If the minutes and the special permit match, and they do.
Okay. So we have here a signed special permit signed by a previous board from
Yes.
2009. Looks like there's 4 signatures. Alex Whiteside is one of them. And you're looking for us to sign
Sign a
Mylar?
new Mylar with our date underneath the signatures.
Are there any concerns from the board?
We have to vote to do this? Or should we just sign it? I move that we sign it.
Okay, and we'll vote. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll sign it. Is there minutes? Mike, did you get a chance to see the minutes?
Oh, I'll give them back to Tim.
Oh.
The minutes for,
We're still on minutes
Small
approval. I was trying to get
adjustments.
2 things done at once.
The engineer asks if you would please sign 2 paper copies as well as the Mylar so that he will have a signed copy. I
Is
will
he
be
going to
recording the
promise not
Mylar.
to lose them
I
again?
will be taking, I will take the
Why don't
Mylar.
why don't
He
we
gives-
line up?
he gives one of those signed
Marion,
copies
let-
back to me. He keeps one, and then the
You don't
Mylar.
have to
Marion's
sign
gonna keep the
everything.
last
I
one.
have
All right,
2
Marion, be
papers.
very careful with this, okay?
We'll lay out the second paper copy and then lay out the Mylar.
Is there a special pen for this?
Is there a special pen?
There is a special pen, it's in my hand.
Okay.
Mylar?
Need a special pen.
Do you want to start at that end?
All we did was
Here,
citizen
Cheryl.
speak. All we did was the citizen speak.
Is there a particular order that these
Mine?
need to be in?
I don't know, I guess
This
not.
is- this is all very
I guess we have to go on
Pen's
to
over
the
here, I
other
guess.
side.
That way.
Oh, but the pen stays here.
I think they have a
Marion, I
different.
wanted the
Oh, okay.
1, 2,
I understand.
3.
You have a different pen to sign this with,
Roll that
Marion?
up.
Tim?
You have a different pen here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all being recorded. April.
One pen.
We know what we're signing?
We'll use Bill's pen then, how's that? Thanks.
Is that, yeah, you can do that with
It's
paper
very
copy.
interesting to me, Tim. We're signing, I don't even know what this is.
Don't worry,
This is an open.
Don't worry, just sign.
you're
This
illustrious
An open
predecessor.
space
Okay.
plan that was approved in 2000.
is, no, no, I understand, I understand all that, I just,
And the
it's,
copy was filed with the clerk.
It's odd.
but the plan was never recorded.
a very trustworthy thing to do. Just sign it.
Sorry, Marion.
What date are you moving?
Now Alex can trust the signature because he already
Good
signed
to
it.
walk around.
Yeah, right? I think it would have been nice to get those old members back.
Can I steal that pen when you're
Little
done?
what?
Yeah,
Had Duffy come back, could have Bernie come back. Peter,
Peter Jackson and
oh,
Emily, right?
Bernie didn't sign it, and Emily, we could have had a little reunion.
All right, now what?
All right, do I have a motion to approve the minutes from November 10th, 2016 and November 26th, 2016 as amended by Alex Whiteside, Secretary?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank you
All right.
very much.
Where do we want to go from here?
26 Walcott.
Yep, sounds good. 26 Walcott, A&R, applicant Jan P. Urkovic. Hopefully I said that correctly. Come forward. Did I get your name right?
Jan.
Jan. Oh, I said the wrong one wrong. Okay. Welcome.
Last name, the hard part, correct.
Welcome.
So, my name is Jan Urkovic, 26 Walcott Road, and just,
You
I'll
want to
explain it.
combine two lots
No, yes, he wants to combine two lots into
into
one.
one lot.
Yep,
Two conforming lots into one conforming lot.
This should
Yes.
go quickly.
That seems
But as
pretty
good as it gets.
straightforward.
it is.
Which one is, do we have anything in front of us on? Oh, this is the one that got
The
removed.
plan.
Yep, I've got it.
That's the total after it's
Came in the
combined,
packet.
2.06 acres?
So the dotted line is the line that's going away?
Yes.
Well, the dotted line is staying there, but it indicates it's no longer a boundary.
Understood. Okay. Any questions from the board?
Looks like a good plan to me.
What's the zone here? I'm just curious.
Have me sign?
I move that Mr. Clark be authorized to endorse this plan as not requiring subdivision approval.
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving.
Now he's one buildable lot.
I'm gonna
Taxes come down.
move the discussion of the budget to old business for later on when we're discussing other fiscal
feel
items. Bill or Tim, marijuana? Who's in charge of that? Yeah, right, we're gonna have a little break.
Outside, shouldn't we?
Outside, yes. No smoking in the building, please. Mr. Clark, could you tell us what we're talking about here?
I gave you a draft of a warrant article for May, which is a moratorium for marijuana dispensary.
Recreational marijuana.
This is similar to what we did with the medical, I assume?
Very similar, yes.
It was in our packet?
Yes.
Actually, I think it was emailed. I have
No, I
it.
actually read it, so it was in our
Really?
packet.
It wasn't in mine.
I didn't get one
I think our
either.
packets were not all
Consistent.
consistent.
Okay.
But April, if you'd like to take a look.
Thank you.
On the board, too.
Could you tell us where there might be differences from the medical marijuana that we approved at town meeting? The moratorium on medical marijuana, are there significant differences that you can point out?
This was based more on the, this was based on the ballot question that went out, so that there have to be two different votes taken. In the second paragraph, it'll tell you two separate votes have to be taken before an establishment could open in town. It also allows for taxation, but at the same time, it pushes it back that we don't have to do anything until, I think your second vote is November 6, 2018. The regulations from the state won't be published until January of 2018.
19 or 18?
18.
So explain to us the second vote, Bill. The vote is that we have to have two state votes?
No, two town votes.
Two town votes.
Town votes.
And the two town votes are to vote
To allow a
dispensary.
establishment to happen in town.
I think that might be backwards.
Yeah.
I think the vote is to get out as opposed to get in.
To not
The
allow.
measure establishes two important provisions that require ballot action by the town prior to the adoption of the zoning. First, the town must by ballot determine whether it will issue licenses for recreational marijuana establishments and marijuana retailers. And second, by ballot that cannot occur prior to November 6, 2018, on whether to allow on-site consumption of marijuana products should the town decide to allow licenses for such facilities.
What does this delay? What does this delay? It delays something, right?
It won't happen, but if those regulations were established prior to January of 18, we would have to take, since we don't have anything, this allows us to, this covers us that we will have time to put something in before those regulations take effect.
I think
If we don't have regulations, it could go anywhere.
I think we should postpone this till the 22nd after we've read this.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Can we do, well, we will do that. We will commit to reading this all thoroughly so we can understand it, and then we will come back to you with more questions.
That's fine, as long as we have it ready for the 5th of January.
I think we can achieve that.
Question, so, Brian, question
Yes.
on intent. So, is the law or the ballot question that passed similar to the medical marijuana one, where towns could not opt out? I thought a town could opt out of accepting a recreational marijuana.
During a
facility.
discussion with town council the other day, I actually brought that one up. He's saying no, I'm saying yes. I'm showing him a point in chapter 94, and he's like, well, in the same chapter, it says something else. So we have a little bit of competing,
So you're going to work that out with town council.
and he is reviewing it at the same time.
Right.
He's, we
And
had a
will
discussion, he's
know
doing
on the
more.
22nd.
And I'll send around a copy of the act if you haven't read it. It's very interesting.
That'd be great. We have a motion to continue to 12:22.
So moved.
Oh, actually, we don't have to do that. We're just continue. It's new business, sorry. We're just
Can I
we're just going to
just
continue that
raise
as old
one other
business.
question related to that that I'd like us to be able to speak about at the same time? Is we currently have, the selectmen sponsored a meeting the other night where they had a lot of people come speak about the proposed dispensary for medical marijuana.
Yes.
And right now, those are allowed in our business districts.
Yes.
And one of the things that was recommended in the master plan is an overlay district for medical facilities. And I'm wondering whether we should consider thinking about changing where that type of facility might be located if we did a medical overlay district. So I just,
Can I answer that question? Because I do know. Part of that answer is because marijuana is not allowed by federal law, you can't have it at something like the hospital. You can't have it at a CVS or a Walgreens or a Rite Aid. You can't sell it there because they're regulated by FDA, which is federal. So you can't put it there.
but not necessarily within the hospital, but if you had a district which presumably could include some, I mean, we have a hospice, right? We have a police station near the next to the hospital. I guess what I'm wondering is whether we should think about whether there would be a better location, and that ties to my question that I asked about towns could not opt to say, we couldn't say no completely to medical marijuana, is that right?
Well,
The
we're
state
going to
required us
find, we're
to?
going to find that out on the 22nd.
No, but I mean, you
That's the
couldn't zone
question
it
you
out
asked.
completely.
That's
You're
what
right.
you just asked. And
You-
Bill says you
Okay.
can.
You're
And
right.
John says you can't.
No, we already
No,
did
we
it.
were talking under the
We were talking
recreational.
recreational, yeah.
Talking the other. No, you could not zone it out because what our zoning did was identify a place for it. What towns that did not zone medical marijuana, they could put it anywhere.
Right.
And that was part of the problem. Several different towns did nothing, and by doing nothing, it could go anywhere. We identified where we wanted it, and we said business district. So they have to pick a business district that meets the setbacks of, what is it, chapter 369?
Well, there's a lot of people who didn't like the idea of it going into a business district that's one from the meeting the other night. So I guess I'm suggesting that maybe we consider whether there's a better location than business districts,
But
if
this
we're
is-
required to have
This
it.
is the master plan implementation committee that come up with some proposed zoning.
But it is a business though, isn't it?
Which one?
Either way,
Yeah,
medical
of
or
course it's a
recreational.
business.
No.
Why
No,
is it a
what
business?
she's asking is if we had, if we put something around the hospital instead.
No, I understood
or
that, but-
the hospice.
But yeah, but you,
So you'd have to create an overlay district, though.
Yes.
Right.
Because
This
we only have
This
residential or
is-
business, and I think people are going to shy away from
This is something that your group
residential.
has to
Right.
get busy on writing, coming up with some proposed zoning, because it's not in the master plan other than consider creating a overlay district without any specifics as to just where it should be or where we, or how it would be created. It's all left to the implementation committee to come up with a proposal, or a consultant. We could put our $15,000 into a consultant.
The question really is, I think who submitted that article previously on the medical marijuana bill? Was that the planning board?
Planning board.
Right, so the
Because
planning
it was
board
zoned.
submitted that, and we did that so that we couldn't have a proposal for a marijuana facility in a residential district, right?
Correct.
Essentially.
So the question now is, after there's been a proposal for one in the commercial district, and our commercial districts are all very small and therefore very close to our residential districts, whether that should be thought about. And in the context of looking at marijuana here, I suggest that we look at whether we want to revise our thinking about where we might want to allow them.
So I guess my comment back to you would be, where?
well, how does?
You're going to get resistance from wherever you say you want to put it, I would expect.
That's why I wrote it this way, and it's to allow the town sufficient time
This is
to
the-
engage in a planning process to address the effects of such a structure and the uses in the town, and to adopt provisions for a zoning bylaw.
So we could look at both with this, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Why would, I don't want to get into it too deep at this point because this is just delaying, and this is
This
the whole
isn't
reason for
even
this.
on
but
the agenda.
Exactly, but why do people keep talking about a commercial business in a residential area? If it's a marijuana shop, it's a commercial business. So why would it ever have the right more than any other commercial business to move into a residential area?
She's talking about a medical marijuana, not a.
Whatever,
Either one.
whatever,
A
whatever.
recreational marijuana shops is just as commercial.
They're both commercial businesses. I sell wheelchairs, it's a commercial business.
The point, though, is that the law that was passed by the state, and we could address this the next time, the laws are different for the medical than the recreational. And my point in bringing it up was to say, when we're going to look at recreational, I suggest we re-look
Can we
at the
revisit the
medical,
other? And
is the point.
We're given time by doing this.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable question.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
we'll move that to the next meeting. Please read your bylaws, or your proposed article, excuse me, proposed warrant. Okay, it is 7:50. I want to open 7:15, 7:30, and 7:45 and do what we need to do there. So 7:15 has been withdrawn. I don't think we need to do anything there, right? Okay, 7:30 Carrick, I'd like to open 7:30 Carrick Realty Trust special permit for Central Avenue Plan Unit Development, 131 Elliott Street, which was continued from November 10th, and ask the board for a motion to continue that hearing to our first meeting in January, Tim, which is
January 12th.
January 12th, and why don't we, I assume there's nothing else on the agenda yet?
It's a new year, it's a fresh start. It's a
Why don't we
clean slate.
start off our new year with Henry's? That seems to be a very appropriate thing to do.
So moved.
Second.
What time?
7:15. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Open 7:45, Dennis and Martha Burke, special permit for cluster development, 245 Highland Street, continued from October 27th, and would like to ask to continue that to, is Mr. Corcoran here? January or December? What's December 22nd looking like?
We've got the marijuana talk, we've got a site plan approval at 7:15. We've got a discussion
What's the
of
site plan approval?
37 Central Ave.
Okay.
We've got discussion of draft zoning for the Carberry Estate
Go to
land.
January. Move to January. 7:30, please. Motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we've got about 10 minutes here. Can we do Woodmere in that time? Probably can, right?
Yes.
All right. We're going to go to old business, amend Woodmere 865 Brush Hill Road Construction Management Plan. You should hopefully have had something in your packet for that.
You have a colored plan in your packet.
Good evening.
Keith Moore from Northland Residential. You guys are used to seeing Mr. Dolly. He's tied up this evening, so I'm pinch hitting.
Okay, thank you.
The construction management plan talks about the construction on the site. It is the second to last page, and it says the build-out of the site will begin building pod 1 and will proceed around the site in a counterclock fashion. The proponent is looking to develop 2 units on the left-hand side of the opening in order to finish the streetscape, so when you drive by, instead of just seeing everything on the right, that you could at least see it'd look a little more finished by creating the first building that's in there on the left.
Is it units or pods, though?
Looks like 6
It's a
units.
foundation, that first foundation is 3 units, the second foundation's 3
So
units.
6 units,
six
2
units.
pods, 6 units is what you're
Yes.
saying, yeah. Okay. You said 2 units.
So
We got,
clarify.
we wanted to.
You're
so-
right. You're right. 2
Okay,
pods.
so any questions from the board?
What about the public? I have no.
Before, okay.
Oh, okay.
Was there any change into when the DePee house was going to be, where that fit into the schedule? Or is that,
Mr. Moore will answer that question.
okay.
Go ahead.
Sure. So as proposed, it's been at the very end of the project. It's displayed in the construction schedule. We feel like we want to get started sooner than later. As we get the roadway in and everything, it turns out that this large home is right in the center of our project. So opposed to waiting all the way to the end, we've already accelerated a structural review in our architect. We've commissioned him to start with all of the design documents and hopefully rolling right into construction documents so that I can get in a position to prepare an application to submit for approval. We're hoping to do that this winter so that we can get remodeling, if you will, in the spring to accelerate that. And one of the reasons is it is now located, across the street from homes we're currently building, and it's kind of going hand in hand with our affordable component as well. I'm sure you're aware Jack had started the approval from the state on that late summer, early fall. Got that approval, and we immediately commissioned the architect to get working on that architecture, which he did. We then applied for a building permit in November. So we are now currently under construction right now with the affordables and
Those are
plan
the ones in
on,
yellow here?
yes.
On the top.
Yep, on the top.
Thank you.
And we're hoping to do the lottery first quarter 2017. And if everything goes well, I'll probably have them constructed late second quarter, early third quarter, Labor Day, something in that area right there. That's our game plan.
Okay, another question, follow-up question? So you said you had the architect retained to develop the drawings. So are you intending to build the same product that you've already built in the first 4 pods, in these pods? Because we've had some comments about the predominance of garage door appearance in those structures. So I'm just curious, when you said you've commissioned, if it's actually going to be a new design or a revised design.
It is slightly different in the sense that they've added, we've heard, some comment about roof lines and the like and the massing of the buildings, and he's added some architectural detail to the roof, trying to break that up. But it is, I would say, predominantly the same. It's in keeping with the theme of the neighborhood, but it is not exact as the rest of the buildings stand today.
And I'll just comment that I think that I did drive through just to check out the garage door comment, but the DePee house's condition is appearance doesn't look very good. So I think accelerating that renovation would be very good.
Yeah, we're right into it right
Yeah.
now. The structural is complete, and like I said, the construction drawings are hopefully going to be complete in just a few weeks. He's been working on them for already a few weeks, and we're ready to go. We want to get our workforce right in there.
Anything from the public on this application? Okay, no comments from the public. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I believe we know what we're moving. All in favor? Aye. Great.
Thanks for your
Good
time.
luck. All right, we have 4 minutes. Just in that 4 minutes time, I want to quickly get the board's opinion on something. There's been some concerns raised by some of the members about application materials filtering in sort of right up to the last minute before hearings and not having an opportunity to review them in time. We had previously discussed having a Friday deadline prior to meetings the week before that all materials had to be in. We've been lax on enforcing that. I'd like to recommend that we do enforce that outside of comments from the public and letters on file, that application materials must be in the Friday before if they're to be considered part of the application. But I don't want to make that as a solitary decision maker, so I wanted to just touch base with the board and see if there were any concerns with that.
I think we had, some time ago, I think we had established a
And
criteria like that.
we didn't enforce it, so it's sort of, this is our sort of a reminder and just a touch base that we're going to do that.
I think it should be a rule subject to waiver, just because having a hard and fast rule is not nimble.
Appropriate.
We should be able to waive it when we want to.
By vote.
By vote.
By vote.
Yeah, by vote. I'm okay with that.
I think, I mean, I'm one of the ones who expressed concern because our last meeting, we received a set of drawings that we were asked to approve. We received those at the start of the meeting, and I think that puts us in a position that we shouldn't be in, that we should have an opportunity to review. And I find it difficult to get emails every day for the week of the meeting to keep up
agree.
with everything that comes to us. I review the packet over the weekend that comes Friday. I like that process. I think it works really well. If we could limit I think we got at least 6 or 8 emails this week related to additional documents coming in.
Today.
3 today?
And they were all at least 5 pages long.
Yeah.
I just don't have time to stop and do that.
I just didn't have time in my day, in my week, to do that.
So I recommended to Tim that comments that are submitted via the planning office to the planning board should not be delayed. Those should come to us because they're essentially directed to us, they're emails to us, they're comments. But other materials should really be held and distributed to us at the meeting for consideration at the following meeting, with the understanding that, you didn't get it in on time, and we may even just, in many cases, have to continue the hearing that was scheduled because we don't have time to review it. Tim and Bill, I think it would be important for us to reference that on the website and on the application materials. So to the extent we can add that, I think it's important.
I think what you just said is public comment is somewhat of a different.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's sending us a letter, but they're sending it through Tim, I think we should get that out
I
of the
agree.
way.
I agree.
So can I make just a follow-up comment? There's also been a couple of instances recently where there has been details missing on the plans that a variety of people have questioned, and I'm wondering if we can maybe be a little bit more diligent in our review of the plans before we accept them, or these guys can. And I don't know if that means the board needs to do some homework to just make sure we have a really solid list of what we want to see. And then if those things are not included on the plans, they just don't get accepted. Rather than wait till they come, we open the hearing, we have the conversation, and then have the material we need isn't here, and then we have to come back again and again and again.
Tim, you look like you have a comment.
Maybe we can do this offline, examples of what you're talking about. Also, and I guess I'll ask to clarify, site plan approval has a very specific list of requirements for what's supposed to be on the plans, as does subdivisions, as does all the zoning for a special permit. So, I mean, if you're referring to things that are in addition to that, tremendous, but.
I think it's just a complete application, right? I mean, supplemental
You know
materials.
what, I actually haven't even been the one asking the questions.
Yeah, I mean,
just noticed
supplemental
the last
mat-
few meetings, we've had people repeatedly questions from, I think, a variety of board members about
Tim points
things.
out a very specific list of what's
Exactly.
required.
Let's do it.
I think that's a minimum requirement.
Right.
So I'll give one example, just, Tim, so the 2 Adams, I think it was, the.
2 Elliott.
2 Elliott, rather, where the drawings refer to different drawings that aren't included in the packet.
Oh, that was
I think that's something that's pretty straightforward, that we don't have all the information. So I'll just use that one as an example, but I will endeavor to think about others, or look into the others and get back.
Notes too.
Okay,
And I just think it's most fair for us to have everything we need when we sit down here,
I agree.
for you guys
In
when
advance,
you're doing
while
review,
we can look at it over the
But also for the
weekend.
applicants, so that when they get here, they know that we have what we need.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
But you do understand that an A&R plan has to be acted on 20 days after filing with the town clerk. And so if it comes in on Monday and we don't address it at the next meeting, we can be up against a time. We can be put up against time limits.
It's a good example of waiver.
Yeah.
Right, but also if we get an A&R plan that's insufficient, doesn't have detail that we would need to render a decision, we don't have to accept
But we
it.
have to deny it.
we
Either
have
that
to
or
accept
ask for a continuance,
Right, you have to
because if
address
we
it.
don't
Have to accept
act
the
on
plan.
it, if we don't act on it within 20 days, it's automatically approved.
So I understand that, but I was under the impression that we had to make sure that it was a complete plan that we accept, or the town accepts, before the time starts
No,
ticking.
it's from filing with the clerk,
Right, I mean, if I hand draw something,
right.
without any
And if you
detail.
file it with the clerk,
we still push
It's
forward?
rejected, apparently.
we have
think they
to deny it.
Okay,
So that's only for the A&R, is that true for a special permit or a
No,
subdivision?
that's different.
Just
That's
A&R.
different, just the A&R.
I think, but you brought up a good point, Cheryl, and I don't think it'd be that tedious if you do. If there's a specific list of items that need to be there, can we just get a copy of the list?
yeah. then
So
we
I could
can-
sit here and I give a night and say, yeah, they got that, they got that, they got that.
Or even, maybe this is something that Tim could do when he's reviewing the plan. He checks it off and gives us all a copy.
Either
and then
way,
we-
but even if you
In
don't
most
find
cases,
time.
Tim's
Yeah,
already
go ahead.
doing that.
Yeah,
I'd like just a copy, if it is just a bullet point list, that I just, and I'm sure you could tell me, well, it's in the zoning, but
All right, so we'll make the
but you don't have that in
Reader's
your
Digest
pocket.
version, then I'd like that.
we'll make that note on the website and on the application materials. Alex brings up a good point on waivers, especially in the case of A&R, and thank you for that discussion. We're going to open the 8 o'clock Pulte Home special permit for cluster development, Milton Woods Town Farm Site, continued from November 16th. Come on up, and I hope you got everything in on time. Are they here?
I saw them
They
in the
were,
hall.
they might be across the hall.
Yeah, they're watching football over there, actually, I think.
This might be the first time we've called them up on time. in
Yeah.
their defense,
Right,
so
exactly.
I thought they had a few hours.
When I see the agendas tonight, I thought, yeah, pretty late.
I'm cranking.
The issues before they get here, the affordable housing question on the town 4-acre, the detention basin easement on the 4-acre site, and moving the
Bus stop.
pest house to the 4-acre site is all sitting with town council, who has taken it to the Attorney General, and we're waiting for
Okay, so what are we
waiting
doing
for a
tonight, though?
reply.
So can you just elaborate on the sense that, what are you telling me, that the selectmen have agreed that they should build the affordable housing on the 4 acres?
They have
As a renovation to one of
asked,
the-
can they, of the of town council, who has then asked
Okay.
the Attorney General.
So they're not going to vote until they get that answer.
Correct.
Okay. So what are we here to talk about tonight? He pointed at you. I was going to make him tell me.
Well, Mr. Chairman, good evening.
Good evening.
Mark Mastriani with Pulte Homes, with Mike Rosati from Marchanda and Associates, and Reed Blute from Pulte Homes as well. We're back again to discuss Milton Woods, our cluster subdivision at the end of Governor Stoughton Lane. And since the last planning board meeting, there was a couple follow-up items that we believed that we needed to address. And it involved the entryway off of Unkwitty Road. We looked at a rendering that our landscape architect prepared for us last time, and there was some discussion and some questions from the board on the accuracy and that it didn't show, it appeared not to show the basin off of Unquity Road. And that's one item. And then the other item we discussed was a place for school kids, a waiting area down by Unquity Road, for them to wait for the school bus safely. And what we did was we followed up on both of those items. So we have a new entryway design that's been further revised. And what we did is we went and looked at the example that you mentioned that we might want to take a look at. And I think it's Beechwood Lane, if I remember. I don't have my notes in front of me. But we did go and look at that, and we did kind of incorporate a very similar design into our entryway, and I think it looks really well. And this is the black and white plan, the engineering plan, and then what we did is we had Chris Huntress, our landscape architect, include it on the color perspective, which actually brings it to life, and you can describe it. So on the left-hand side here, so this is Unquity Road, and this is our updated rendering, which I think addresses the board's comments from last time. So on this side here, we've included this waiting area. And essentially what we did was we created this, it's about 10 feet by 15 feet, but it's curved. And on the back side, there's a sitting wall, and we're using a wall there, and it also breaks the grade because there's a grade that goes up to the other wall up here. And then there's a bench, there's pavers for the surface, some landscaping, and then it's enclosed by we continue to use the split rail fence that comes off the end of the pier and wraps around the radius. So that will form an enclosure there. There's a 5-foot or a 4-foot opening right off the end of the pier, which is where the kids can get in. And we think that's tasteful, sized appropriately, will look nice, and will serve the purpose that we discussed. And then on the right side here, you can see that we have, to the best of our ability, tried to illustrate the actual small stormwater basin that is off of Unquity Road, and that's now depicted. Other than that, the rest of the rendering stayed pretty much as is. And those were the two last meeting, and I know, so I think we've addressed them, or we've responded to those comments, and we certainly have a deed restriction out there that we also discussed previously too, that has been resolved.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else to add before we go to discussion?
Before we go to what?
With these guys, before we start talking. Okay, so I know does anybody have any comments on what we're looking at here? And then I want to dig into the deed restriction.
I just want to say thank you for updating the rendering and for accommodating the bus waiting area. And I do think it's helpful to see the detention basin there to get the full picture. So thanks for your response to our questions and concerns.
Okay. Deed restriction.
All right. Well, I sent an email to the planning staff and Brian on November 15th, and another one on November 13th. And were these distributed to you?
Yes.
You've got them?
They were, yeah.
Okay, so the problem, as I see it, the initial problem is that, and I'm going to read just this, Pulte does not want to make the 60-foot buffer zone area part of the open space controlled by the homeowners association, which will be responsible for the preservation and proper maintenance of the open space. Pulte thinks that lots will sell better if the 10 affected homeowners themselves own the buffer zone, are responsible for its preservation and proper maintenance, and can make their own decisions as to construction and activities which are prohibited in the buffer zone. Pulte wants the town to monitor the activities of these 10 homeowners in the buffer zone and to make a determination whether and whenever any of these activities are prohibited. Pulte wants the town to mediate with the affected homeowner before litigation, but still will be responsible for litigating any material violation which is not cured by the homeowner involved. The Pulte proposal is not in the interest of the town. The buffer between the 10 homeowners and their neighbors on Countryside Lane is primarily a private matter, which should be enforceable privately. The homeowners association needs to have a principal role in ensuring that the buffer zone serves its intended purpose. The town's role should be limited to making sure that the homeowners association does its job. Hence, it's my recommendation that the buffer zone be a matter controlled by the terms of the special permit itself and not by a separate municipal restriction. The special permit can provide a procedure by which the homeowner association and the Indian Cliffs Homeowner Association can work together to ensure a buffer zone serving its intended purpose. And I go on. Later on in this email, I say a few comments on the suggested prohibited activities. I suggest that no structure or building, whether or not subject to a building permit, which currently it says it has to be subject to a building permit or you can do it, any structure or building, whether or not subject to a building permit, should not be permissible. I add, vehicles, trailers, storage containers, and boats should also not be permissible. Swimming pools are fine to disallow them. We should add disallowance of tennis courts and basketball courts, or to that we can add racket courts or other sports facilities.
Excuse me, Alex, may I just ask something right relative to that particular point?
Sure.
I happen to live near some hockey rinks that are in people's backyards, and there is noise associated with those, and some people also have very tall lights associated with those.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that is something that is covered by sports facilities here, would you say?
I think so.
And do you think lighting should be in this paragraph?
Look, what I'm suggesting is that what you have is totally inadequate to create a buffer zone. You allow much too much. I mean, you allow boats, trailers, activities, all sorts of stuff, inconsistent with the buffer. This buffer is supposed to make it so that the people living on this side are not impacted by the people living on the other side, and vice versa. I mean, it's a two-way street, so to speak.
But no street.
But no street.
But no street.
Work
Right. But I do suggest that just initially, just as a matter of concept, having the town the only person, the only entity that can enforce this. I mean, the people have to come to the building inspector and say, you know, my neighbor was cutting down a tree or cutting down a branch, and I want you to go put a stop to it. And then the building inspector is the only person, he's got the sole enforcement authority. The people themselves can't go to the homeowner association, they have no involvement. It's the town. They have to go to the town and complain to the town, and then the town has to go investigate and deal with the 10 homeowners. I mean, this is as onerous a process as one could possibly conceive of.
Alex, one of the things that sorry, Brian, go ahead.
I just wanted to know if everybody from the board read Alex's emails.
Yes.
And I wanted to know if, in principle, everybody on the board agreed with Alex's emails.
Well, I wanted to ask confirmation on something on Alex's email, having to do with, you had a question about the legal limitation if it were up to the homeowners, there's a 30-year, I'm just asking for some clarification
Right,
on that.
I suggested that Mr. Flynn could offer some wisdom, but...
Because I do think that I am concerned about having something which
has to be perpetual.
Expires, yeah.
But a homeowners association can have rules that must be
They must be able to be in
My
perpetuity.
feeling is this. My feeling is that the special permit is different from a deed restriction, and the special permit itself can go on forever. And if it makes provision for a procedure, then as long as the special permit is in effect, which is forever, then the procedure goes on and the statute on restrictions doesn't apply. That's my feeling.
But you would like town council to
Well,
confirm
no,
that? Is that right? Or are you-
I'm happy enough with my feeling. but
Okay,
you
very
might
good.
You might want.
Pretty happy with Alex's feeling on that one.
You might want town council to
So it
weigh
seems
in.
principally that the board pretty much thought
We agree.
Alex nailed it, and so I think that's great, and you don't have to sell us. I think we're all on board.
All right, well, I was telling some other people
That's
also.
great. I appreciate that. I just wanted you to know. I think we're all pretty much in agreement with you with your draft, and thank you for taking the time to do that. Should we go to the public? And then
Just one
we'll.
question, did these comments get shared with the applicant?
Yeah, you got this, right?
Yeah, okay.
I'd be happy to share a couple thoughts if the board so chose.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your comments. We did receive your emails, and it was clear that you thoroughly went through the restriction and put a lot of time into it and thought into it about how it would work and how it wouldn't work. So what we did is we had a long discussion with our council on really, what we had submitted, the comments we got back, and we went very thoroughly down each and every sort of concern or item that Alex had mentioned in his emails. And what we think, and we think he's right, and we agree with most or all of your comments as perfectly reasonable and good comments. And a solution or a way to move forward is very similar to, I think, what you folks just kind of indicated with the HOA and the permit. And the fact that the way we had submitted the document is a grant. And it doesn't have to be a grant. That was our proposal to the board, and it seems like there's some issues or there's some concerns with the legalities of the grant. But if this document were just a restriction, and it was just a document that's approved or part of the special permit, that the special permit references, the permit is perpetual, and this restriction in this living document would go on forever. And we would be okay with the permit requiring that the HOA, the Milton Woods Homeowners Association, and those documents to enforce and to enforce this buffer zone. And the HOA documents are a living document that are recorded and that are perpetual. So you would have, and the permit would specify the requirement. The documents would be created to comply with the requirements. And then for a third belt and suspenders step that we could take, that we propose to take, is that the deeds of each of the 10 affected lots, in the deeds would then have a reference and would identify this buffer that are on those lots. And those deed restrictions would also be perpetual. So, a combination or a moving in that direction is certainly acceptable to us, and we think would address the legalities and the format of I think a lot of the concerns you brought up. And as far as what can be done and can't be done, I mean, we have a structure here and we took our best shot at it. But if the permit could certainly revise it, modify it, tell us the way you want it, hopefully we'll have a part in that. But in the end, I mean, we think we owe a 100-foot buffer, and we've given you a 100-foot buffer, and I think that we have a format to do that.
Do you want to continue just going through what you were proposing as the other restricted uses so that we can make sure we don't have any other ice skating rinks missing or lighting missing?
Well, perhaps we can we can consider that. I mean, maybe people want to look at that and see if they come up with any thoughts
Sounds
by
like-
the 22nd. I mean, there,
okay.
it isn't as though we have to do it tonight.
Right, that's fine. Do we,
We're assuming you guys will incorporate this into your document.
Well,
Or you'll revise your document to reflect.
We would put it in our document.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have it, okay, we're gonna have it in the special permit, so we'll.
then they'll,
okay.
then they'll write their
Yeah.
docs, so they
Okay.
don't have to
All
do
right.
it twice.
Right.
Yep.
Bill, when do do the selectmen expect to hear back from the AG's office?
I don't know.
Do we, how would we like to go about drafting this special permit? Would we like the applicant to take a stab at it? Do you want to take a stab at it, Alex? Do we want to have the staff take a stab at it?
Well, I think that we always like the applicant to have to do a little work. So have your lawyer give us his wish list, and then we'll take a look at it. And you may not recognize it at the end of the process, but it's a start.
So I think that would be our request, is if you could have the attorney draft something for us to start looking at, that will give us, we can start working actually the details out of the permit and hopefully move this thing along.
Okay.
And we probably can do that, I think, at the same time as we're waiting for the Attorney General, if you want to make that, if you want to go ahead and make that expense.
Oh, yeah, we definitely want to move that forward.
Okay.
For sure. Is there a sample of a previous permit that you could send us that we can work from?
Yeah.
Yeah, the most recent ones would be,
Well, I mean, Woodmere
Woodmere is probably the best
would be a
Yeah.
good one. It's about the same size. It's,
similar configuration. Yeah, the one that you were just referencing, the Beechwood.
So do we have an
excuse me,
expectation,
Street.
sorry to interrupt you. Do we have an expectation that when the Attorney General gets back to the selectmen, their decision is made on this 4-acre parcel? I was under the impression they were exploring what the potential was, whether it's even legal to put affordable housing on this 4-acre parcel, but then there was going to be an exhaustive process to figure out what they actually wanted to do.
You were asking the same thing I asked, which is if the Attorney General comes back affirmative, is that what the selectmen
Is
are
that
going
the
to move
answer?
forward with?
Exactly.
Are they going to say,
I
yes,
don't
that's
think
what we
that
want?
is, but I don't know, maybe Bill knows more.
So one of the questions that raises for me is, does this board need to hold up its permit issuance in
So-
order to wait for that decision?
That's where I was going, because what I would like
think
to
so.
recommend, see, I don't.
I-
I would like to recommend that we move forward with our special permit issuance based on the premise that we're going to adhere to the zoning, and they're gonna put their 2 units of affordable housing on the neighboring 4 acres. And should the selectmen determine that's not appropriate or not feasible or whatever, the applicant has to come back and ask for a revision at some point.
That makes sense to me.
There's the detention basin as well.
Right.
Yes.
And moving the pest house.
well, of course, the permit is deniable on the basis of the affordable housing. In other words, I do think that we should work with the special permit. As far as issuance of the special permit is concerned, we can give a general opinion that it looks pretty good. But, I mean, as far as issuing the permit itself, I'm not sure we need commit to issuing it until we have a good idea of the affordable housing, because they're not going to be able to break ground until the affordable housing is determined, unless they agree to provide 2 lots.
So I think my apprehension with that, Alex, for in normal circumstances, I would totally agree with you, but this is determined by a separate body, and we have no idea when they're going to act. So we're going to keep this open for,
My concern is that the applicant is asking for a special consideration, that another application to say that they would provide these things on a separate parcel would have to have that worked out in advance before we could approve it. So I'm a little concerned about I'm not concerned at all about drafting it and reviewing a draft. I am concerned about approving it without having a better sense of whether the selectmen are going to support it and whether the AG will support it.
I mean, we issue our special permits based on zoning.
Right.
Not based on them getting it done. Lots of people get a special permit on something that they then have to go out and get.
Nobody else is going to get a
Agreements.
special permit for having their stormwater on somebody else's property. If we did that, we would be
I mean,
negligent, I think.
We can write a permit saying you will produce 2 houses, 2 units on the 4 acres remaining owned by the Governor Stoughton Trust. It does seem to me that we sort of take the heat off the trustees on that one.
Well, I don't want to do that.
No, I don't want to do that either. I would like the trustees to say that this looks like a good idea to us, and that if we get permission, we are inclined to go forward with it.
That's what I was asking earlier, but we didn't get an answer. That's affirmative.
Your point's actually more salient, in my opinion, on the stormwater, because
Yeah, so you
that.
can't approve it without the
Because
whole
if they don't own the
system
land,
working.
that's a different
Well,
situation.
the system doesn't
so-
work.
Right, so that's a different point.
Yeah,
see
I'm
the
thinking
house-
of it on the affordable
Me
units,
too,
not
so the
the.
stormwater I
Aware
hear.
of the stormwater issue?
We are
No.
fully aware.
So what we said from the beginning is just simply what we're going to do. You're going to keep moving on the permit.
Yeah, in any case, let's keep
We're not
moving
going
on
to approve the
the
permit until we get response from the Attorney General.
And if I can,
Selectmen weigh in as a result of the response from the Attorney General.
just a couple things that come to mind. If we could get the Word document, that would be helpful. And then to these points, if there is a permit that's sitting there and waiting, to us, there may be some advantages of a condition permit being approved and submitted, and that's that we can then go to the next step, because right now, DCR is waiting for a planning board approval before they will act on our access application. So there's some benefits that if a permit is issued, then we would work on the trustees' items at the same time we would work on DCR's items. And so it's not like we get the permit and we go put a shovel in the ground. We actually get the permit and then we have to go get the access permit.
Let's get the draft under
That's
consideration, and we can see where we end up. Maybe the Attorney General will surprise us all with their
Collides
alacrity.
well.
Doubt it, but maybe.
But I don't think it ends with the Attorney General. That's the issue.
Yeah, it has to go
But then
through the
it'll just,
selectmen
and then
or the
it'll matter how
trustees.
fast the selectmen want to act. But let's at least get our process moving, and we can always decide where we are.
I think we're assuming that the selectmen have asked us, or the trustees have asked the Attorney General these questions
To move it
with the
along.
intention that
Well,
if
to
they
your,
get the affirmative answer, that's the way they're going to proceed.
to your point earlier, though, if we did hear back from the AG that there was no issue with the stormwater, then that piece of it, if we said that the housing could be accommodated either place, then it would be more reasonable to me to move forward based on that.
Wouldn't you assume the Attorney General will come back with all the answers at the same time?
Yeah, but the selectmen may not have an answer on the housing
Right.
at the same time that they have a
Attorney General
housing
doesn't
on
have
the
to weigh in on the
stormwater.
stormwater, does it?
Yes, I think so.
Bill said it did, but
I
I
wouldn't
don't
think so.
know.
You think the owner of the property, who are the trustees,
Can't
could say,
the trustees
"Yeah, we'll
issue
do
a?
I'm listening to what you
easement?
just said, I didn't hear.
Can
I think the
does
issue
the
is-
AG need to weigh in on the stormwater easement?
I think so, because it
was listed
was
earlier.
given
Just
to the
allow us?
town to serve the poor, and so
Okay.
they have to determine that
Ah,
using
yeah.
it
Now
for
they're serving it
drainage-
for
Exactly.
market rate housing.
Okay,
Are
fair
they
enough.
subverting the?
I'm gonna move to the public. Does anybody from the public have any comment on this application this evening? So we're in the back.
As Lee comes forward, I do know that the sizing of that detention basin is for the entire 4 acres, and anything that we have planned is built into the existing size of that system itself.
Okay.
All right, I just,
Well, how can we
I mean,
know that if we don't know
we don't know what
what's
the plan
planned?
is, yeah.
I asked that same question last time, but
Because right now you have a lot of impervious, right, you have pervious. You could go to a lot more impervious, in which case
It's not gonna be able to handle
it's
it.
not, it may or may not work, right? So,
The current configuration, I think,
Don't
is
know.
maybe what you're referring to.
Speak to
You can speak to it.
What? Okay, fine. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So currently, let's look at the picture of not having a basin in that area. So currently, the condition is we have whatever the impervious amount is, something like an acre, running off the site directly into the wetlands untreated. So part of the basin serves a function relative to that aspect that is accurate, meaning that that basin will now treat the stormwater that's coming off the town's property, and provided, as we talked about, maybe increasing the impervious area, certainly provides a foundation for that to be modified to, if the impervious is more than what's currently there, and the pest house also, because that was basically designed for what's there and the potential of having the pest house in that area. So if but either way, I would assume if the town is doing something substantial with the property, that they would have to meet stormwater standards, and the basin being there is the foundation for doing that. It's treating the water that's currently there, and it has to be probably modified if they increase the impervious, but if they don't increase the impervious, then nothing really has to be done.
That answers your question. If it has to be
Yes.
modified, then it isn't designed to
Right.
contain anything that's possible. We just don't know what's
There would
possible.
be an expense associated with that.
So, in fact, it's not designed to handle
Right.
anything that could happen on those 4 acres, because you just said it might have to be modified, in which case
It's
it
designed
has to be.
to basically address what's there plus the pest house, is what you said, right? Okay.
If they paved the whole area, it probably wouldn't work.
Right, no, yeah.
To go to the extreme.
So I don't know, I make the assumption that even if the town were to do something and didn't increase the impervious area, that they may have to bring standards up. Say the basin wasn't there, they would have to do something in that area anyway, because just to treat the water versus not treating it at all.
I think you're saying that it probably would benefit any future development in that area, but I don't even think that was the basis of the whole inquiry here, if you will. I don't think that was the concern, really. You're talking in the affirmative, and we were looking really at something else.
Okay, we're going to go back to the public. Thank you.
Hello, Lee Toma, 58 Aberdeen Road. I'd like to thank the board very much for your diligent attention to the details of the project, and especially with regards to bicycle and pedestrian access along the route. Mr. Clark had shared with me the traffic plans several months ago, and I was satisfied with the location and sight lines. My one concern that I'd raised, and I wanted to follow up and make sure that the sight lines are maintained, because there's an area there that's being, there's invasive Japanese knotweed that's starting to colonize that area. It grows very quickly, very high, very dense, and I would like to make sure that the consideration is made to prevent that from blocking the sight lines at the roadway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're making a note of that, Tim? You
Yes.
can provide that in the permit.
Yeah, that could be one of our requirements. Good, great. Any other comment from the public? All right. So what would the applicant like to do for a next appearance? We have December 22nd or January 12th, knowing that you have some drafting to do.
We'd like December 22nd.
Okay, so Tim, do we have room on the agenda for December 22nd?
Got a public hearing at 7:15 and some other business, but
All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, December 22nd at 7:30? Second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
So
you.
just to clarify, what we'll be looking at is a draft special permit for discussion.
Correct.
Great.
And any comments on the
The AG.
this
What are
document,
you
right?
holding up?
I'm sorry, the tree cut restriction, is that the one that Alex said we should all look at again?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that you should.
To add, if
you-
necessary.
You should,
I thought we were going to call this the buffer zone restriction.
well, it's not going to, we're not going to
gonna
call
be
it
in the
anything.
permit.
It's going to be.
I see.
In the
It's
special
going to be
permit.
text.
Okay, got
We
it.
just want to make sure we're not missing
X.
anything. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Mark, I'll get you that document tomorrow.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
What else you got?
I'm going to ask, do a quick poll of the public here. Who is here for the 1259 Brush Hill Road A&R? Okay, we're going to move to the 1259 Brush Hill Road A&R. So we can move on to that application.
This one?
Which one?
There's one that just has the plan.
Revised map or neighbor concerns?
The map one.
Mr. Clark, before we start, how are we doing on, to Mr. Whiteside's point earlier, how are we doing on the timing on this one? From an approval standpoint? I know, just want to check on the extension and the timeline.
They have acquiesced and allowed us continuances each and every time.
Have they withdrawn the original plan? Because you should withdraw the original plan, and then this plan has a December 2nd filing date with the clerk.
Have you done that?
The board is willing to let us do that. That is what we will do. We had to file the other plan in order so that you could consider it at the meeting tonight. So we filed it on Friday with the town clerk. And we would be requesting, I have a cover letter that I'm going to pass out as just a summary of what's happened to date, which states that we have filed a revised plan for this meeting. This is for the planning board file.
You got that today?
What?
Yeah, I know you did, and I apologize. I do like to do that if I'm going to turn materials in at a meeting like this, a cover letter that, in this case, summarizes what's happened to date. I do like to give it to the board ahead of time. However, the Board of Appeals doesn't like it either, to get it like that. So I won't do it from now on. I'll just pass it out at the meeting.
You made it under our rule.
Yeah, so, no, I understand that. But I do understand the other board doesn't like it either, so.
Well, I read it, and I thought it was very interesting.
Sometimes
No,
I
that
like
was
to get
the
the material
material
in
that I
ahead
that's
so
fine.
I can review
I
it.
have it. I just
Little
wanted to make sure. I
more
thought you
time
motioned
to
it.
review it.
Sorry.
Okay, so you're going to withdraw the original
there is-
application, and we are now into a December 2nd plan, which will get us out until December, does that get us to December 22nd? Probably just barely.
Is it 20 days or 21 days?
20 days.
So, need
So
to
they're
get,
going to have
so we'll
to-
need to continue at the
we're
end of the
going to-
hearing. I just want to make
depending on what
sure,
we did
right, I just
tonight.
want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Okay,
You will have to do it by then, or we would have to extend. But because we've spent so much time on this already, we're hoping that,
you never know.
move it along.
Understood, okay.
Did you just give me 3 copies?
I gave you copies for the board, because this was the letter
Get
that
a
I'm...
copy of December
This is-
8th?
I know you got it.
Did you get
Marlene,
December
yeah.
8th?
This is
Oh, I don't have
December
December
7th.
8th.
Yeah, I have December 7th. December 8th, Alex
Right,
just
so
handed me a
That's
copy.
the letter for today. and
But I
the
only
reason-
have one set, I
The
think.
reason it's dated September 8th is because
They need it.
I added reference to the meeting on October 24th when we set the date for this meeting.
If that's fine, we're short a copy.
Okay. Oh,
We have one here.
well, I have
All
another
right,
one.
we're all set.
I can share.
We're all set.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Bill, before anything else, do you want to set us off, or are we good?
I think we're good. I think you've seen this several different times, so I think
Okay. Just wanted-
Attorney
you look like
McGettrick
you wanted
will-
to say something. So, okay. Ms.
I think
McCaffrey.
Attorney McGettrick will take it.
You got
So,
it.
you will accept our oral request to withdraw the previous plan, or would you, I
You're
will
going to do
submit
a
a letter?
written request.
All right. I will give you a letter after the meeting.
Thank you.
Sorry I didn't bring one, but, and you can take my letter to indicate that that's what I'm going to do. We have a plan we're going to explain to you. Not going to read this letter because it's too long and, it would take too much time. But the purpose of this letter is not only for your consideration tonight, but for you to have as a summary of what we've discussed to date relating to Hemingway Drive particularly, because we're now presenting a plan only for 4 lots on Hemingway Drive. And it's important for me to repeat, to point out to you that this plan now consists of a lot that has frontage on both Brush Hill Road and Hemingway Drive. That's Lot E. Lot E has 2 house sites on it.
Alternate houses.
But those are alternates, that's 1 lot. There's a middle lot, Lot D, that only has frontage on Hemingway Drive. It's on the same side of Hemingway Drive. There's a Lot A, which is the current house that's been there for more than 30 years is on Lot A. So that's a residential lot that did encompass this whole area and now will become Lot A. And then across Hemingway Drive from Lot A is Lot B. That is, from some perspectives at least, it's considered a separate lot because it's divided by a roadway, and it's already so divided. Couldn't be built upon until the building restriction was eliminated after 30 years, but it's there. So a couple of things, though, I want you to keep in mind as I review what we've talked about. There is 1 house already on this way. There will be 2 new lots that only have frontage on Hemingway Drive. There will be an additional new lot that will have frontage on both Brush Hill Road and Hemingway Drive. From an A&R plan perspective, frontage on a way that's acceptable is the standard. So in the case of Lot E, it does have frontage on a public way as well as frontage on a private way. It doesn't really make a difference. This lot will still have the right to use Hemingway Drive and will probably have a driveway on Hemingway Drive. But I think it's important to point out that we're really only creating 2 new lots on Hemingway Drive that only have access to the drive. Okay, so we've had 2 meetings. We had a 3rd meeting. I've given you 2 letters to extend time on this application. We've had a number of questions, and we have diligently tried to answer each question. And some of them have come from the board, some of them have come from neighbors. And so the primary topic addressed by the questions, of course, is the current use and adequacy of Hemingway Drive, which is the key question for an A&R approval. Because the planning board has discretion to decide whether the way that provides frontage for the lots is adequate. And if the way has been in existence since before subdivision approval was adopted, 1954, in Milton, then a private way can be considered to provide adequate access if it has sufficient grade, good enough construction, good enough width, and will provide good access for public emergency vehicles and for the use that the way will experience with the new lots that are going to be created. So we did a detailed analysis. David Crispin provided that a couple of meetings ago, and he looked at every aspect of Hemingway Drive, all of it, but particularly the Milton end of it. He looked at the paved width, he took photographs of the edges which were covered by leaves, but he found it to be 12 foot wide. Sometimes it looked a little narrower. Sometimes it was 12 feet. I don't think it was very often more than 12 feet. But it looked like it's generally 12 foot wide paved width. Hemingway Drive is 40 feet wide in terms of its right-of-way. So there's plenty of legal area to make it larger. But one of the reasons this is an A&R application is that this is an historic way. It began in 1912 It's been designed, and in this stretch, it's level, and it's not particularly curvy. It doesn't have a grade. It's very easy to drive on the way in this section. And to change the design would be to change the way this area looks. And this isn't it, both from an environmental and historical aspect, this is a unique area of Milton. So the applicant's purpose here was to bring you an application to do a subdivision of sorts, to create lots, but not to change the way the area looks more than necessary. That's why we want to use the way pretty much in the condition that it's in. And we've done a lot of study to determine that we think it's perfectly adequate the way it is. So we've studied traffic. This is a private way. Hemingway Drive serves 13 landholders. 13 families have easements to use Hemingway Drive. It's not a public way. It doesn't have to have the characteristics of a public way. It has to be adequate for the use of 13 families and their invitees, people who want to deliver to them, and public safety vehicles. At a previous meeting, you had a report from Bill Clark that the fire chief visited the site and that he reported that it was perfectly accessible for his public safety vehicles, and that in fact he takes them up and down Hemingway Drive and Avenue A, which we were looking at the time, all the time. He takes his men out there to make sure they know where it is, and that he has never had a problem accessing them. And so he didn't see any problem with the addition of, in this case, 2 new lots on Hemingway Drive. He had no problem with it. I asked him to give me a letter confirming that, so we'd have something in the record. So I have brought a copy of his letter. And you may have that already, Bill, I don't know. So the letter goes into more detail and you can review it. It goes over the standards under subdivision control law for a private way, talks about Milton zoning bylaw, and that's been in our application since the beginning, because the Milton zoning bylaw says that you have to have a private way that's been in existence since 1938 in order to have frontage that's acceptable. So it's not really 1954, in Milton it's 1938. This is a very old way. I've given you a lot of material to show you that it's been in existence, it's been on plans, it's been in deeds, it's been described in meets and bounds descriptions in deeds, starting in 1912. So I think we met that part of the standard. And I believe that we have met the standard in terms of accessibility. We've had a report from the Schellers, from Matt Scheller, who lives there now, who grew up there, that he has never had any difficulty getting trash deliveries, and his house is in the inside location here. It's on Lot A. He's never had any difficulties with public safety access. He has delivery trucks go up there all the time. And in fact, most residents, he says, prefer to have their deliveries onto Hemingway Drive come from the Milton end, because this end of Hemingway Drive is easier to get through than the other end, which is longer and more winding. Now, that's just a report from Matt. He lives there, but for what it's worth, that's what he said. You do have some precedent for A&R approvals on private ways. We have a lot of them in Milton. In fact, we have a huge number of private ways in Milton, and they've all come about in a lot of different ways. Some of them are even, private ways that exist because of subdivision approvals. Some of them are very old. There is a private way, Avenue A, right next to Hemingway Drive, and there has been an A&R lot approved in that private way, which was denied initially by the planning board and appealed to the Superior Court, and then appealed to the appeals court. And the decision to deny was reversed in Superior Court, and the reversal was affirmed in Superior Court. So this is a case that examines specifically whether Avenue A was accessible, which is very similar to this road, except that it's a dead end, and this one is a through street, and decided that it was accessible under the criteria in the subdivision control law. So you do have a precedent, a case that gives you a precedent for making this decision. I was also asked a lot of questions about who's responsible for maintaining a private way. And, you know, how do you know that it's going to be kept in a safe condition, even if it's in a safe condition now? So I went back and I did quite a bit of research, and I read a lot of cases, and I found, I gave you a memo on that, it's in your materials, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail except to say that it's the obligation of those who have easements to use a private way to maintain the private way in a safe condition. And the standard, or the duty is to each other. In other words, to every other person who uses the private way. The standard is to maintain in a safe condition. And it's basically something that private way easement holders decide as a mutual decision unless there's a written maintenance agreement. Hemingway Drive does have a written maintenance agreement. It's recorded. It is my opinion that that part of the restrictions recorded in 1967 does apply to these lots, that these lots could have deeded references to that maintenance agreement. And in addition, I would recommend that we, if you were to approve an A&R, that the owners voluntarily record a declaration of covenants for the lot owners, establishing that they will have a primary duty to maintain this part of Hemingway Drive and establishing what the standards would be for that maintenance, which would be basically to keep it in the condition it's in, but a good condition, you know, safe condition, to clear snow, and it would also address utilities and that sort of thing. Same sort of thing that you see with a subdivision covenant, but it would be for the lot owners, and it would be as to each other. It would not be with the town. So that's the difference, really, if we do a private declaration. There have been questions asked, or there have been statements made that there are existing restrictions that limit development on these lots, and I am very sure that there are no development restrictions currently applied that apply to these lots. And we were so concerned about this that I asked the owners to get a second opinion from another attorney at another law firm who deals in this sort of thing all the time and has been for many years. And so you have a letter that you have received from Mr. Schlein at a very good law firm affirming that there are no restrictions currently that apply to these lots, no building restrictions. It's a limited opinion. It's just on the recorded restrictions that were at issue. They do apply to the Canton lots. They do not apply to this lot. It's because of the language of the restrictions. And when you do a covenant that applies, or a restriction that applies to a group of lots, Massachusetts state law requires that the wording of the restriction be very specific, that it describe exactly which lots it applies to and who has the ability to enforce the restrictions. And this land was never described in those restrictions. So it's just not, that never applied. When the Schellers bought this property, they had a restriction on building, a one residential house restriction. That restriction actually applied to that whole area, including the DCR lot. And it was put in place by the Hemingway family when they sold the property. They sold the property to a trust, a real estate trust, and the real estate trust sold the land to the Schellers, but they incorporated the restriction, as they would have to, into the Schellers deed. So the Schellers have waited 30 years. In 2011, the restriction, because of state law, those restrictions only last for 30 years if they're private restrictions on building. And that restriction has expired. There are no restrictions currently in place applying to these lots. Finally, I wanted to report that we have gone before the Conservation Commission. That's why we asked you to postpone this meeting. And the Conservation Commission has had 2 meetings and a site walk, and they have done a wetlands delineation approval. ANRAD it's the first step of wetlands approval for these lots. We wanted to do that because if they had changed our wetlands lines, which they did not, then there could have been a significant effect on the lot layout. we might have had to change the lot plan anyway. So we have that ANRAD as of the 6th. The written decision was just completed. And in general, I have a last paragraph here in which I talk about environmental requirements. Addressing environmental requirements is the responsibility of the Milton Conservation Commission and the state DEP. The Conservation Commission acts under the town's wetlands bylaw and the state's environmental bylaws and regulations. We've completed step 1 of this process, which is to do a wetlands delineation. The next step will be a notice of intent. And in a notice of intent, the same lot plan, if one gets approved by the planning board, the lot plan will be submitted to the planning board with all the wetlands lines. And the planning board will look at what's within 25 feet of a wetland. They'll look at what's within 100 feet of a wetland.
Conservation Commission?
I mean, the Conservation Commission. Sorry, that's the whole point here. Yeah, and they'll also look at MIPA requirements and any other environmental regulations that may apply. There is on Lot B an area that's an endangered species habitat. And that possibly brings into play MIPA requirements. And it could mean that there will be a building restriction on that lot or a disturbance, a no disturbance area. And it will be substantial. But we don't know what it will be until we do the review, do it with the Conservation Commission, show them where the area is, and see what standards apply. But knowing what this area is like, because you've taken a site walk and you've been through there, you know that it's old, it has a lot of old trees. It's a very significant area, and it's right next to Fowl Meadow. A lot of the area, there's a good deal of area on these lots that cannot be changed at all because it's within 25 feet of wetlands. And there's another large area that is within 100 feet of the wetlands that can't be altered without, the Conservation Commission will be involved in what the alteration allowed will be. And if you take trees down, if you have to take them down, they'll make you replicate them and they'll probably make you plant more, but they won't want you to take too many trees down in those 100-foot areas. In addition, we have the MIPA issue with the endangered species habitat. There will be some limitations on how these lots can be developed. I provided, or I have with me tonight, again, this is nothing that you need. You don't need this to decide to endorse the A&R plan. But at a previous meeting, I suggested that independently filing a declaration of covenants and restrictions might make good sense for these lots. And so I wrote an example of such a thing, and I'm passing it out tonight so that you can look at it. Think about it, because it wouldn't be finalized until after the lots were approved, but we would like input if you have suggestions, and I've already revised it several times since I drafted it, because every time I read it, I think of other things. So it's a concept, but it's a little bit different from the type of covenant you do with a subdivision. And it is a good thing to do in this case, because it for one thing, will establish standards for maintaining the roadway, and also for not maintaining the roadway in such a way that it can be substantially changed in design or appearance, because I think that's been a concern that the neighbors and that the Schellers have. They don't really want to change the appearance of this roadway. So that's my summary of where we are today. There's a lot more detail in material that I've submitted. If you've kept it, you have an awful lot of stuff. You have copies of all kinds of plans, historical plans that relate to this area. You have copies of the restrictions that I talked about, the ones that don't apply in terms of being lot development restrictions. You have examples of other A&R lots on other streets in Milton, and you have some extensive memos from the engineer addressing questions that have been asked. So at this point, I'd like to ask our engineer, David, if he would like to add
Two
more
very,
information.
very short comments. The purpose of that slide is the red line was the one that was eliminated. Combined Lot A into one 5.5 acre parcel. The other thing that's different on this plan, that's difficult to see up there, is that the wetlands line, where they did wiggle a little bit, it is the current line, and it is now noted as saying with the order of resource area delineation and the file number on it. So it's all current, and that's was really the only change, was that little wetlands line and eliminating that red lot line.
Basically, what we did was we took the lot off that had frontage on Avenue A, as you can see, because the planning board had questions about the adequacy of that end of Avenue A. It's steeper, it twists around, and it hasn't been maintained as well as the other part of Avenue A, or as Hemingway Drive has. And so, after much deliberation, the Shellers felt that they would like to submit the application with only 4 lots.
Okay. Anything from the public? Okay. Mrs. Swenson, I'll ask you to come forward. I am going to ask that the public keep in mind that we've had a lot of testimony on this, so we'd appreciate new testimony and hopefully keep it somewhat concise. We still have 3 more things to get through tonight.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Clark.
Attorney McGettrick made comment about a document that you received from Prince LaBelle Thai LLP. I know I sent that to you on the 5th. Got it from me.
Everybody get the email?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't print it.
I have it.
Okay.
I'll find it for you.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to put that on your
Good evening, I'm Win Swenson, 65 Green Street, Milton. There are a number of us, but we are going to try and limit what we say to additional information. I just wanted to, while we're getting set up here a little bit, to kind of summarize where I think the neighbors are, and they are unanimous. The neighbors being the other residents along Hemingway Drive, and some additional abutters to the property. I think there is a belief that the A&R process is a simplified process that is really intended for issues that are clear and simple. We think that the current application for an A&R is a proposal that is fraught with complexities, but is desperately trying to look clear and simple. We don't think it meets that test. We think that an application that requires at the 11th hour, and we saw it at 9:30 last night, a proposed declaration well, you have in front of you, the declaration of covenants and restrictions, et cetera, that needs that to bolster its reliability in maintaining the adequacy of a road speaks for itself. This is not a simple question. So with that, I'm going to kind of turn things over, but I did want to add just 2 very quick points. One is that we're disappointed that we're sitting here today kind of as we are, which is we had hoped to work out some kind of a compromise with the Shellers. We have had some discussions with them. We were prepared to have more. We made it clear on a number of occasions we were ready to continue to have those discussions. We assumed that they were in the posture that they would come back to us without moving forward when they were ready to have those conversations. And in particular, we reached out to third parties who may be able to offer some financial deals, basically, that allow the Shellers to get the profit that they're looking for, but still by maintaining the integrity of the history and ecology of this area. The Shellers have decided to move forward, and so here we are. Part of what has been frustrating for us in listening to this and listening to the engineer and a number of others is that many of the facts that have been, so-called facts that have been asserted really aren't. We were not going to take you down a PolitiFact, blow by blow, this is what was wrong, this is what was wrong. But they have ranged from things like a traffic study that was done on Yom Kippur and represented as representative, to assertions that the Shellers are very, very committed to environmental issues when they, in fact, were the primary landowner that sold to Milton Muse that would have completely decimated this area. One fact that came up just now that I do want to correct, because it does relate to adequacy, is an assertion that has been made a couple of times that the other residents of the drive have traffic come off of Brush Hill up the lower part of the drive to their houses because the road is so much better there. I just polled everybody here from Hemingway Drive. Nobody has any idea what that's about. It's just simply not true. So there have been a number of things like that, but anyway, with that, I want to kind of turn it over to Denny, and we'll try and stick to the facts.
I promise to be quick by reading as fast as I can, because I know it's getting to the end of the night. On October 11th, the three co-presidents of the Hemingway Drive Association, who are the legal governing authority for the drive, sent the planning board a letter that enumerates why the neighbors on Hemingway Drive, all of them except the Schellers, believe that Hemingway Drive does not have sufficient width and adequate construction to provide for the needs of vehicular traffic for the proposed land use and for installation of municipal services. I'm going to hand out that letter again, and tonight I simply want to supplement what that letter said. When we look at the Google Maps that the Schellers engineer provided to you October 13th, the end, the lower drive widths, according to his measurements, vary between 9.8 feet and 14.5 feet. The lower drive is never 15 feet wide, according to the Schellers' own engineer's maps. This list of A&R drives that was included in this, and private ways that Ms. Tagayas asked Ms. McKettrick to pull together, shows 81 private drives, the ones listed in here. None of the 81 private drives are as narrow as Hemingway Drive. Only 3 are less than 20 feet. Only 1, Adams Court, is less than 15 feet wide, and that is an alleyway serving the back doors of businesses, not houses. According to this list, it would appear that what the applicant is asking for is unprecedented in Milton as far as A&Rs go on private ways. Moreover, it's highly unlikely, notwithstanding a purported 40 feet right-of-way, that the Schellers could expand the width of the drive to an appropriate degree. I wanted to point to the map to make this point here. So this is Hemingway Drive.
Take the microphone with you.
Okay. This is Hemingway Drive from Brush Hill Road, coming down in toward Canton. You can see there are a couple of areas here, here and here, where there are rivers, but there's also little wetland areas all along either side of Hemingway Drive. This is DCR property, this is Scheller property. You can see that DCR owns into the roadway. So here, they own about halfway into the roadway. If you were to try to widen some on the DCR side and some on the Scheller side to avoid wetlands, you would end up with sort of a hodgepodgey kind of road, destroying the landscape architect Arthur Shurtleff design. His design of Hemingway Drive is a historic treasure. We don't want to destroy that. In the two areas where you have wetlands on both sides of the road, right here, here, and even here, we have to remember that we're in an ACEC, so we can't dredge, fill, and pave in wetlands in an ACEC. The areas on our map along the rivers are bordering vegetated wetlands. These are freshwater wetlands which border on creeks, rivers, streams. According to Wetlands Regulations 310 CMR, wetlands protections of plant life along these rivers is key. Bordering vegetated wetlands are likely to be significant to public or private water supply, to groundwater supply, to flood control, to storm damage prevention, to prevention of pollution, to the protection of fisheries and wildlife habitat. The streamlined A&R process, unlike a subdivision process, does not take these things into account. As the board knows by now, as I've said, it's an area of critical environmental concern. It's a sensitive wetland area abutting an archaeological resource area. Rare species have been found and documented along the road where they're proposing to put houses. These resources require a development plan that takes these resources into account. The A&R approval process doesn't give consideration to these resources, and therein lies the problem. Another public policy reason that this board, which has wide discretion, should turn this A&R application down is because it can create an end run around a MIPA review. Once an A&R lot is approved, there is no way of ensuring that the lots won't be submitted for building one at a time, or sold to different owners who would then develop one lot at a time. In short, granting A&R to these lots sidesteps MIPA process because it allows something called segmentation. This parcel calls for a MIPA review so that construction can take its unique environmental resources into account. A single A&R lot doesn't include MIPA review, and I'm not aware of any mechanism that the town has and can enforce that a MIPA review gets done on these lots once they are A&R. Reading between the lines, Ms. McKettrick is telegraphing that she's fully aware of this in her memo to the Planning Board on December 7th. She says the application to the Conservation Commission, quote, will include any MIPA review required for this site, unquote. Paraphrasing, if MIPA is not required, it won't happen. I would like to clarify for some background on the neighborhood. Actual context is important as you make this decision of great impact on our neighborhood. Ms. McKettrick acknowledges in her letter dated September 28th to the Planning Board that the governance portions of the Shared Way Covenant found in Book 4429 apply to the Scheller property. She also acknowledges that the Shared Way Covenant and restrictive agreements have been renewed and duly executed. In Book 4429, page 620, the parties to this agreement release all of their legal rights except what is stated within this agreement. The signatories agreed that this restrictive agreement and agreement for modification and maintenance of the way is what governs this roadway, not statutes, not Mass General Law, which Ms. McKettrick keeps referring to answering questions on these rights. The Hemingway neighbors over decades have declared this covenant with its provision governing the drive is the final word. And in Book 4429, page 621, it states that any improvements or alterations can only be done by a majority vote of the neighbors in this agreement. It is absolutely not the case that the Schellers could unilaterally decide to widen the drive or alter the drive unless they had the support of the majority of their neighbors. Moreover, there's still an additional barrier to widening, even with the neighbors' permission. There are historic stone walls at the two entrances to Hemingway Drive, off of Brush Hill and Green Street, which are approximately 16 feet wide or less in width, as is the gate in the middle of Hemingway Drive. Because these walls are historic, it's not clear they can be legally moved to allow the drive to be widened to 18 feet. While on the subject of the wall, Mr. McKettrick, or it may have been the Scheller's engineer, asserted at a prior meeting without ever surveying the neighbors that there have been no traffic incidents on the lower drive. This is not true, and the wall at the entrance to the drive from Brush Hill Road is testament to this fact, and to another road adequacy issue. It was damaged because trucks have had trouble making the turn into and out of the drive onto Brush Hill Road, and have run into it on a couple of occasions. A point that has been raised that needs to be emphasized is that for safety reasons and because plowing often only provides a single lane for traffic, the Drive Governing Authority uses its regulatory authority to make Hemingway Drive a one-way road in the winter during the snow. This means the traffic is not permitted to travel inbound from Brush Hill Road. Traffic only flows outbound to Brush Hill Road. And this means that access to the lots in question during the relevant winter periods must be made from Green Street and the upper portion of the drive. The upper part of the drive includes narrower widths, hills, bends, and turns, including a hairpin turn that renders the way inadequate under A&R law. I'd like to further clarify some context. Ms. McKettrick made it sound like there was lots of development in this neighborhood by saying things like there have been numerous lots and A&Rs over the years in the Canton side of the neighborhood. Of the 13 houses along Hemingway Drive, 9 of them were in place as the structures in Hemingway's Blue Hills Farm. Most of those structures, the dairy, the cow barn, the horse barn, the gardener's cottage, the card house, the firehouse, were in place in the late 1800s and transformed into houses with an approved subdivision plan change to the footprint. Only 4 homes were added in the 1900s. This map shows land in Canton. This is the Canton line. This is the Milton. Right here, Lot B and Lot A, you have land in Canton. At the last October 13th meeting, the Schellers engineer waved this off, saying there are no new lines in Canton. We're not sure what this means. We don't see how Milton can unilaterally approve a lot that includes land in Canton without some indication of support by the Canton Planning Board. Chairman Furs raised a question, how is Hemingway Drive different than Avenue A where an A&R was approved? In contrast to Avenue A, Hemingway Drive has been carefully protected over the decades, with multiple land use restrictions, mutual covenants to ensure the character of the drive and its surrounding area are preserved. Hemingway Drive is also unique in that it abuts a protected archaeological resource area. The Green Hill site extends all the way along this side of Hemingway Drive. All of this that's in green is DCR, it's State Parkway. It's also part of the Green Hill Site Archaeological Resource Area. At one point, Ms. McKettrick said that the Schellers own both sides of the road, and therefore they can alter the road at their expense if they choose to. You can see that the Schellers own one side, not both sides. In fact, here along these hundreds of feet is owned by the DCR. There's a little square here, little tiny triangle that the Schellers own at the entry, but all of this is DCR. The Pope property on Avenue A, cited by Ms. McKettrick, was approved for A&R because it is, quote, suitable for the installation of municipal services, and such services have been installed. That's not the case on Hemingway Drive. There are no sewer or water lines, no street lights. There's no infrastructure there to tap into. So in summary, unlike a subdivision process, the A&R process does not provide a way to work through the issues with the shared way, restrictions, and covenants on which our respective lawyers have differing views. My understanding is that a subdivision would require that issues relating to restrictive covenants would have to be taken into account. The A&R does not provide a way to enforce a MEPA review. The parcel abuts Fowl Meadow State Parkland and an archaeological resource area with certified findings of rare species on the road in front of where the houses are proposed. The A&R is intended for roads with infrastructure. There are no water lines, no sewer to tap into, no street lights. Actually, I'm going to turn this over to you because I'm losing my voice.
Where are you? No streetlights, and for reasons already stated, it would be very challenging to put them in. I ask this rhetorically for your consideration. Have any A&Rs been approved by the town with a 7-page private way covenant that was applicable to it? And wouldn't that be unprecedented? This application is not in the spirit of an A&R. A&R was created to avoid the complexities of subdivision. The entire complex record of this proceeding makes clear the parcel is out of scope for an A&R. It is an attempt to push a square peg into a round hole. Hemingway Drive is the narrowest private way on the town list provided by Ms. McKettrick per Ms. Tagayas's request. It would be an unprecedented grant of an A&R in this town with a road this narrow, especially with an applicant that does not have the right to widen it. As Ms. McKettrick said at the October 13th meeting, quote, "The road as paved is narrow and it's designed to be that way." And every resident on Hemingway Drive, except the Schellers, agree with this statement.
I just had a few comments. Nick Vinke, 60 Hemingway Drive. I think certainly heard many of these things, so I'm not going to repeat what's been said already. I'm a novice at this, so I asked someone for some more professional insight. So I went to the town planner in Canton and I said, here's the plan, talk to me, tell me about this. And her comments were, the width of the street at 12 feet is in her view, unsafe, potentially unsafe. Canton standard is 18 feet. The state of Massachusetts is 18 to 20 feet. And if you go, and you can look at town by town, Milton actually has a quote out there where it was even higher than that for a private road. Let's see if I can, well, I can't find it. But in any event, so there's clarity on the fact that 12 feet is really not sufficient. Secondly, her comment was, well, you know, the concept behind an A&R is it's really kind of ready to go, that this isn't going to require a lot of construction, and that, you know, if there's plan for sewers and water to come in, that's all incremental, and you're talking about coming into a delicate area. One is parkland, and then crossing over wetlands. So that's, you know, for her, significant hurdles on this. So those were, you know, some of her quick comments on that. And in terms of the Avenue A, measuring that, I think it's nearly 20 feet wide. So, you know, there's a real difference there in terms of that, and the fact that there were public services, as noted in the Supreme Court of Massachusetts opinion. So beyond that, I think I've, you know, covered some of the, you know, covered the other items. I've been out to Rabbit Hill a few times. The folks out there, National Heritage, are clear. You know, this looks like a segmentation. They're the ones that brought up the fact you really need to understand that. And the pity with that approach, and they said, once you get an A&R done, we really cannot get involved. That's the policy. They have limited resources. They're not interested in single lots. The statute says they cannot get involved in single family, in single house lots. So the only way to get them involved is if this proceeds as a planned subdivision. Now, interestingly, Hemingway Drive has had planned subdivision in the past. And so the question is, why wouldn't we do that as well? And that can still maintain the character of the drive. It can do all that kind of thing, but it can be done in a more collaborative, open process. And I have here the 1966 subdivision, and that was done for the Hemingway estate. So the estate here on Green Street, so they had frontage on Green Street. They did the subdivision, and these were a lot of the buildings that were part of the working farm. So they had a firehouse, they had the repair shop, they had the cow barn, they had all these different, and they had some open lots. So they went forward and had a proper subdivision done. And so, you know, with that as history, and given the delicacy of this area, this seems to be the right process to follow. When do you want to say anything?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak from the public? Okay. Ms. McKettrick, we're going to give you a chance to respond, and then the board's going to figure out where to go.
Thank you. Well, it's an interesting questions, some interesting questions posed here. I'm going to start at the end and then go back to the beginning. So, the subdivision that was done in Canton was an unusual subdivision. It was a subdivision with a special type of subdivision in which you can waive roadway requirements, basically. I think it's very similar to what we're doing here. I mean, I just point that out to you. This A&R application isn't really much different, except that there are many fewer lots in question here. They chose to do it that way for that section of Hemingway Drive. There are some other A&R lots on Hemingway Drive, but the point isn't really that. We're not trying to avoid MIPA or anything else. This is an application for multiple lots. We're going to the Conservation Commission with multiple lots. We're not going to the Conservation Commission with a plan by itself for Lot A and then a plan by itself for Lot B. We're going to the Conservation Commission with a plan for the 4 lots that you see before you. And 3 lots. The 3 lots, really, because one of them's already, there's already a lot, but we're subdividing it, so we're creating 3 new lots. And I think David Crispin can address a little bit better than I can how MIPA is applied, but we're not trying to avoid MIPA. We're not trying to avoid any environmental regulations here, and we won't be doing anything here that would mean that we would be avoiding them. And it's just it's a perception that seems to have grown up. It's not what we're doing. So that's not our intention. That's not why we used an A&R application. We used an A&R application because there's an existing through road, a right-of-way, very old, being used, so clearly adequate for access, because being used by 13 houses means that it's being accessed. We can respond to specific points, but I want to go around in a circle. There's one thing I don't agree with. I respectfully disagree with the statement that the maintenance agreement that's part of the 1967 recorded restrictions somehow takes away all rights that these lot owners have to improve the right-of-way if they choose to do so at their own expense. These maintenance agreements, there's one for Avenue A as well, it's recorded in 1912. They're very carefully written, they are written so that there will be a way to collect the money from the other lot owners and a way to decide together how to do the maintenance, because usually people don't want to pay for it by themselves. So a single lot owner doesn't ordinarily want to go out and pay to repave the whole road, or to widen it, or to do anything else that costs a lot of money. The problem is getting other people to pay for the repairs. And that's what these maintenance agreements are about. There is long established law, there's statutory law, there are specific statutes that address rights of way. But I gave you a memo on that, and I want you to review it. There are people who have rights to use the right-of-way have a right to improve it. As long as they don't interfere with access by other owners, they have a right to improve it. Someone who has a right to use it and owns land next to it and wants to do something to the way can do it as long as he doesn't block the way. It's a right of access that everybody else has, and you can't interfere with that. So in doing the A&R application, what we're trying to do is exactly what the neighbors are talking about. We want to keep the road the way it is, but we want it to be safe. And so I wrote up an example of a covenant. It's not complicated. It says that these lots will be responsible for maintaining the roadway in front of the lots. It adds another layer of responsibility. It will add more payments, more ability to do paving if it's necessary. And it says, right in the covenant, because I think this is important, that the lot owners may not change the design of the way, what I call the historic design, and that they must maintain it at a certain width, and I have down 12 feet of pavement and 2 feet of grassy area on each side. That's a suggestion, but that's what currently exists generally on this way. So I think an A&R is a good way to approach this development problem. I don't think it's extraordinary in Milton, and I think Avenue A is very similar. And by the way, in these cases, they're generally talking about right-of-way when they give a width. This is a 40-foot right-of-way. Avenue A also has a 40-foot right-of-way. That's plenty of space if you had to improve it. And if you want to do a subdivision and make this look like subdivisions elsewhere in Milton with a wide roadway, it will ruin the appearance of this area. It's not the right way to approach this. And if you want to do a special subdivision and waive all the roadway requirements, I don't see the difference between that and what we're doing here. But, you know, that's, I suppose that's an option. I want you to talk about MIPA a little bit.
If I can bore you for about 4 minutes, the rest of this presentation, I believe, has a couple of slides in it.
This is the one?
Yes, it looks like it. Let's talk about the ACEC for a few minutes. That little red blob is our property. The rest of that green area is the ACEC. It includes parts of the Blue Hills and the meadow and the whole place. What does an ACEC and MIPA really mean? And by the way, MIPA's not some big hairy monster from Monsters, Inc. It's a process. If you can click on the next one. I want you to understand that Lot B is currently a separate lot, in my opinion. It's already divided by a roadway. I believe you already get a separate tax bill on it. And the reason it's its own lot, because in your zoning definition, it says, in determining the areas of the lots, you shall not include the area of the street. It's a separate lot, just by that simple definition of itself. So let's start with Lot B being a separate lot by itself. Next slide, please. In an ACEC, the Wetlands Protection Act, and this has nothing to do with an A&R, because an A&R draws lines on a plan and creates a piece of real estate. It does not alter, it does not build, does not propose, it does not do any of those things. It creates the ability to take that second step. But in an ACEC, under the Wetlands Act, they have definitions that says if you're in an ACEC and you have to file a notice of intent, you can have no adverse impact. That means, you know, you can't alter a bank, you can't alter land underwater, you can't alter land subject to flooding, riverfronts, land under the ocean, coastal banks, coastal dunes, rocky intertidal shores, salt marshes, and further, no bordering vegetation shall be destroyed. In my opinion, with the road in its existing condition, you could build houses on these lots and meet all of those conditions, and meet that definition of no adverse impact. There's your ACEC issue for all of the lots. Next slide, please.
Let me ask a question before we move on. Who makes that determination? The contractor?
Wetlands Protection Act, Conservation Commission. And it's incidental to where you are. This is the second part, the Rare Species Act. And why do I talk about MIPA? Well, first of all, that little red square is Lot B. The rest of the property is not in the rare species habitat. Now, in order to be subject to MIPA, you need a state permit. That's a curb cut permit. That might be a take from the Mass Heritage Program, the rare species. Might be Chapter 91 waterways. The only one that I can envision that might trigger MIPA on this site would be a rare species habitat. And maybe Lot B never gets built. Maybe, I don't know what happens with it. Right now, we don't know. Next slide, please. In ACECs, they have definitions under the Wetlands Protection Act of what's an adverse impact for wildlife habitats. And you have to alter a bank, land underwater, vernal pool habitat, coastal storm, lower floodplains, or riverfront areas. None of these are in the development areas that we've shown you on the plan, in the building setbacks. So, you know, carefully we've thought about this. Next slide, please. So in order to be subject to MIPA, you've got to have a state permit required for those lots. It's possible that Lot B may need one. It's going to determine whether Mass Heritage determines whether the alteration of that is a take. If the building area is completely in the open field there, it's possible that it's not. I don't know. We don't know until you take that step. And just as a side note, the environmental notification form under MIPA for alteration of a priority habitat is 2 acres. My guess is that each of these lots is going to alter far, far less than that. That's like cutting every one of the trees on every one of these lots down. So it's a complicated thing, but I don't think this has anything to do with the A&R plan. The road is either of the adequate width and length and slope, and it meets the frontage and it meets the lot area, or it doesn't. The second step is down the road. I think that's the last one. I don't think we need to get into review thresholds on ACECs.
I just wanted to make one other small point, and that is that the standard on the subject, under private way section of A&R approval under subdivision control says that the road must be capable of supporting municipal services. It must be able to support municipal services. You don't have to have already installed them. Sometimes they have already been installed. There are some in Avenue A. The Scheller lot is on a well and has a septic system. So there is no water line right now that goes all the way in.
We expect the same on Lot
Yeah,
B.
that's right. And those two lots would be likely to be, well, the Scheller lot will continue as a smaller lot in the same fashion that it has. Lot B also might be developed the same way if it is developed. The other two lots are close enough to Brush Hill Road that they're required to connect with the sewer.
Correct.
Is that correct? And they'll bring a water line in, most likely. So, but a 40-foot right-of-way is certainly adequate to bring in municipal services. All the wetlands regulations that apply to alteration, if there is any required in order to dig up and put a pipe in, that's all part of the order of conditions that the Conservation Commission issues, and they decide what and how and where, correct me if I'm wrong, you'll be able to install those utilities. But the legal right to install them is there for anybody who has the right to use this right-of-way. And there is an adequate width to this right-of-way to do that. Let's see, any other points? I just... In terms of continued discussions with neighbors and what somebody might want to do in terms of purchasing an area, a lot, I believe, speaking for the applicants, they're more than willing to continue those discussions. All they're doing here is finding out what lots they can create, which establishes the value of their property. If somebody wants to purchase it, or if someone wants to buy a conservation easement, or I don't believe DCR is interested. They've already had several discussions. They've had a number. They actually went pretty far with DCR, but I don't think they have the money to buy any of this land. There may be other entities who will be interested. That would be great. But the owners need to know what the value of the lots are, and in order to determine a price if someone's going to buy it. And so that doesn't stop the process of trying to lay out lots and figure out what the value of this land is. So just on those points, I wanted to say that. In other regard, I have to say, I have given you a lot of material on easement rights of those who have rights to use it right away. Those who are burdened by a right to use land that they occupy. Review it. I hope it's clear, but I'd go back to that memo and review it. And if in the end there's a dispute as to what the meaning of that maintenance agreement is, I think it's quite clear that it's written for the purpose of, it's exactly paralleling the language in the Mass General Law that allows lot owners to assess each other for the costs of maintaining a road that they all have the right to use if they have deeded rights to a private way. And so that, I can break it down. I think I did in my memo. Explained what it is. There's a contractual relationship. There are obligations that can be enforced. The maintenance agreement says how they can be enforced.
I do have one other comment. There's been comments about fragmentation. Typically, MIPA limits its scope to the permit required. In that case, if MIPA was involved, it would probably be studying rare species.
Okay, thank you. Bill, do you have anything? Tim, you have anything you want to add? No?
No.
Okay. Cheryl?
I would like to have a chance to read through everything, especially since some of it arrived today and in this week, and some of it we looked at a while ago. I would just like an opportunity to read through all of it. So I don't have any other comments than that.
April?
Well, I share that comment. I'm really conflicted about the proposal, and I'm deeply concerned about disrupting the environmental integrity of this land. And I hear everything that you've shared with us, and I appreciate it on the MIPA review. I think Lot B, particularly with its endangered species, is a major concern for me. I think Lot E, I have very few concerns with, given the fact that it fronts on Brush Hill Road. I don't see how we could reject that. But I do want to go back and review with finer detail the entire body of submission, because I think there's a lot of material. I think it requires a lot of thought. I'm generally of the thought that we should look at opportunities for development where there's a reuse component. Clearly, this is not that. Perhaps Lot A it is. I think we should keep away from pristine areas like this when we're talking about new development. I also understand A&Rs have some discretion on a private way, and I just want to digest it all.
Mike?
Nothing at this point.
Alex?
Well, first of all, the letter from the Hemingway Drive Association isn't signed, so I think that we need a signed copy. If
Is that the October?
Signed copy, we just hastily pulled together a copy of one site. You should have it, it should be part
We have a signed copy on file.
Well, that's
From
fine.
the past? From the prior meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got that?
Yep.
Okay. Next, it seems to me, I heard someone say that Lot B is currently a separate lot. And if, in fact, it is, then why put it on this plan? And why not have Lot A, Lot D, and Lot E on the A&R plan? And then you, if you already have Lot B as a separate lot, fine, it's a separate lot, and nothing we can do about that. But if you were to just do the 3 lots, it would seem to me that it would address a number of the issues that you have with Lot B. Doing a subdivision is something that if we did it, I would advocate as much as I could to create a roadway which was in keeping with the, as much in keeping as possible with the area, but a subdivision is a subdivision. And it's a big problem having neighbors saying, we don't think this road is adequate. I would perhaps, if you got rid of Lot B, we could get more of an agreement with respect to the Lot D and Lot E. I'm for kicking the can a little bit down the road and hopefully seeing some magic occur.
So I want to suggest that there were a lot of great comments tonight. There's a lot of, obviously, there's a lot of concern on both sides here. I want to sort of remind everybody that an A&R creates lots, and that's it. We're not permitting building. We're not permitting disturbance. We're drawing lines on a plan. And that's all we have the authority to do. And our authority is based on whether the road is sufficient, among a few other minor points. So I think we need to be careful delving too much into whether or not these are going to be buildable lots, because I'm not sure that that's what we're here to do. So I think, I am forced to consider the fact that this road has been here for a long time. It serves a lot of homes. We have a letter from the fire department now saying it's sufficient, but it would also be the narrowest private way that we have in the town, and so that is, and there's been some concern about one-way traffic in the winter, and I think it's a complicated question, but for me it really boils down to whether the road is sufficient, because I think that's what's before us. Having said all of that, it sounds to me like we have 2 people who would like more time, 3 people who would like more time, and I think that really lies in the hands of the applicant.
They can either give us a extension or they can't, and if they don't want to give us an extension, we'll have to vote tonight. So I put it back to the applicant. Sorry.
We just want a viable plan. No, I'm kidding. Well, what do you want to do? It's I thought actually that you might have a clearer idea individually of what you wanted to do. And then we would have to decide how to go forward, but I'm still kind of confused. I appreciate your comments, but I would echo to an extent what your chair just said, which is it's an A&R application. The question is the is the road accessible? I've gone over it and over it. The road's been used for many, many, many years for many lots. It is accessible. It is accessible for all traffic. I'm not quite, Avenue A is not different from this. The list you had of private ways was not complete, and I said that in my memo that I sent you. It is by no means complete. It didn't have Avenue A on it, for example. It didn't have lots of private ways on it. But anyway, this is an unusual road because it goes all the way through. It's a through street. It's not a dead end. It's not a qua driveway that we call a private way, and in even Avenue A is kind of like that. It ends as a dead end. This does not. So, and it's being used, as a through street. So I want you to think about that, and I really want you to think about what, if any, I understand your point that, B is a lot already, so why is it on here? It's on here because we're giving you an honest plan of what the lot plan is. This is a buildable lot if it meets other requirements. So we put it on the plan so that you can see it. Yes, it's already on a plan. It's already on the plan that exists because when that other lot that belongs to DCR was created and the road existed, Lot B was also created. So when you created the Scheller lot, you actually were not creating one lot, you were creating two lots. And then you were creating the DCR lot as the other lot in that particular division of land. So did you want to make a point?
Just as a comment, Mr. Chairman, by your own regulations, no determination of wetlands is on the plan, no determination of zoning compliance, buildability is on the plan.
Cheryl.
So if Lot B is already a separate lot, and Lot E qualifies as a lot because of its frontage on Brush Hill Road, then all we're talking about is Lot D?
It doesn't have requisite frontage on Brush Hill
Okay.
Road. And
Yes,
frontage,
okay.
of course, is,
180 feet, doesn't have the length.
No, it doesn't have the right
required
length.
On Brush Hill.
150.
Yeah, it's not that much on Brush Hill.
Only 40 feet plus whatever the
right,
radius
your
is.
frontage
Oh, I
is,
thought- I
your
asked you that. I
frontage
thought
is
you
on
told me that.
Hemingway.
No, the major frontage.
I misspoke.
There is some frontage
I
on
got
Brush
wrong
Hill, it's not legal
Okay,
frontage.
just for clarification, okay.
Is that why you have that piece on the other side?
That's because that's where the title is.
Yeah, why'd they do that? I think they did it for the frontage. But, excuse me, pardon me, we'll figure that out.
So
I
another
will correct
question
that if
then.
that's wrong.
Would someone be able to apply to build on Lot B currently?
They definitely could apply, and if you're right that it's a separate lot, they might get a building permit, and if you're wrong, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
who determines whether it's right or wrong, I guess, is-
Getting a
I need
tax
to know.
parcel, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have an opinion, but I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Please do. We felt that the best way to present the
Alex,
plan
I
was
tell
to
you
do
my
it.
opinion when it has to do with architecture. Give me your opinion when it has to do with law,
I don't
please.
think Lot B is a separate lot,
Yeah.
but I certainly do think that it's a problem.
Well, I don't really know. I kind of feel like it's splitting hairs to talk about that because I don't see. I just, we've given you so much information. The density of these lots per square foot for the area is the same density as the density on the whole Canton end of Hemingway Drive. It's the same density. We're not proposing any increase in density here. in terms of development patterns. We're showing you that the roadway's in use in Canton, it's in use in Milton, it's a through road. It's a very special kind of road that was designed to be the way it is, designed by the Hemingway family, or by their architect, to access their land, which they were subdividing bit by bit. Or the farm that they were, they're taking all the buildings and making them into separate lots, which is what often happens with these old estates in New England. It's an interesting pattern, and it often creates some really unusual zoning problems. Here, there's no unusual zoning problem. You have a piece of land. It was the last piece of land, or pretty much the last piece of land that the Hemingways sold. They sold it with a lot restriction. So for 30 years, it was kept with only one house. That lot restriction now has expired and it can be developed. But we're not, the applicants aren't proposing to develop it in some way that's different from the way the rest of Hemingway Drive has been developed.
So Ms. McKetrick, I think the question is, we have a lot of information before us per your own testimony just now.
Yeah.
The question is, do you want the board to have the opportunity over the next 2 weeks to review it again, or do you want us to vote tonight?
Yes, of course. I mean, you said you want more time. Of course, we'll give you more time.
You don't have to give us more time.
I understand that, but unless you can hint to me that there's enough votes tonight to vote for it, and you're really not giving me
I
a
haven't
clear
been able to
reading.
get that conclusion.
And, I think that you need more time. I don't know if you need more information. I think you've got an awful lot. If there's something you need, I wish you would tell me.
I don't think anybody needs more information.
Okay.
I think they need time to review, so we'll,
Will you bring us back on the 22nd?
yes.
And you're going to give us an extension until the 24th, Christmas Eve.
That sounds great.
So I have to file the withdrawal and also the extension. I'll do that in one letter.
Thank you very much.
Extension to the 24th, is that what you... Okay, fine.
Midnight.
Done.
Call it a Christmas present, how's that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, we have Ice House zoning to discuss, and we have our budget / master plan implementation vote to take right now. I'm inclined to do the master plan first, only because then Cheryl can leave for the evening because she's recused herself.
On both items you're talking about, the budget and?
Yeah, but if there are there people here for just, is there anyone here for the master plan implementation discussion? Is everyone else here just for Ice House? Is anyone here for Ice House?
Yeah. There's some people for it.
Okay, so Cheryl, do you mind if we do Ice House first? I know that means you'll have to stay, but
No.
so do the rest of us.
No?
You can go watch the football game for a little while.
You presume that I'm interested in the game.
Bring a book.
I was like, what game?
All right, so we're going to move on to the discussion of the Ice House zoning.
Why don't you take all this stuff and...
Yeah, go review. You
and
just
read
said
it.
you were going to review it. Good evening.
Five minutes, or you?
Nope. I don't. You guys
We
all
need
set?
him to do it.
We
if
need
he-
5
Yes,
minutes.
we need to be done in 5 minutes.
That's what I was
That's
gonna
right.
say.
Ned Corcoran, and with Pat McKean here on behalf of the proposal for the Ice House development. I know that you have a last draft of a proposed zoning bylaw dated 11/1/16. I've done some, and I know various people have done various sort of iterations of development calculations. I gave to Tim, and I assume that you have gotten, but I have more copies of sort of development area calculations. And I think at the end of the day, our goal with respect to this zoning is to approve.
Ned, the audience is saying they can't hear you, so could you just speak a little bit louder?
Who can't hear me?
People in the audience. Just letting you know.
So our goal is to approve a somewhat specific but also somewhat general bylaw that will allow a set of development parameters that could then be taken by a sophisticated developer to produce a combination of uses and a site plan that would pass muster under that bylaw. So we've intentionally loosened it up a little bit with respect to where the bylaw was last February. And we're really looking for the board's concurrence on a basic set of parameters, which are 30% open space, preservation, and height of 35 feet to 3 stories, side yard setback adjacent to the one residential abutter of 30 feet, residential units up to 24 small one-bedroom units. We talk about a change, I think, in Section 2B. We talk about bedrooms of 1.5 per unit. We're really thinking, particularly after some of the things we heard at the hearing or the meeting a couple of weeks ago, there ought not to be children here, and the notion that people would be concerned about children living here probably is not appropriate. So, one-bedroom units for millennial couples living upstairs from a market and other amenities is probably more appropriate. So, one-bedroom units, one parking space per unit. And with the exception of those parameters, we would propose to leave it, and if there's a bank, a drive-through for the bank, but if not, a drive-through not permitted for any other purpose with respect to the bank. The residential is an important additional component that is directly responsive to a number of comments that we heard through the spring and summer, and I think Earl Fay in particular expressed his opinion with respect to the importance of the residential component. The residential component needs to be meaningful. It ought not to be sort of a nominal add-on. It ought to be a meaningful component of the development. So I've done 4 sort of
People still can't hear you back there. People in the audience can't hear you.
The portable mic worked really well when Denny was speaking. Would that
That's not how it works.
It's the same thing.
I'm speaking as best I can, I'm sorry. We're all tired, it's late. Maybe this will help, I don't know. This speaks to the television. It doesn't speak to the room.
People can feel free to move up. There's lots of empty seats.
So the question is, what can you feasibly put on the property with respect to the zoning if you preserve 30% of the land as open space? The lot contains 89,250 square feet. 30% of that is 26,775 feet. That leaves developable area 62,475 square feet. Assuming certain calculations with respect to square footage for a parking space, I think it's general rule of thumb, 350 square feet to a parking space. And each space can accommodate a certain volume of development, 250 square feet of development for a commercial element with respect to a parking space. You can produce a certain volume of parking, certain volume of development, and depending on how many parking spaces per unit, you can do a mix and match. So 4 different approaches. One would say that you could have building area of 14,000 square feet, and if the entire first floor was commercial, you would require 56 parking spaces for that. If you had 24 one-bedroom units upstairs and they required 1 parking space per unit, you would say that that would be 80 parking spaces. The parking area associated with that is 350 square feet times 80, it's 28,000 square feet of land area associated with the parking. 10,000 square feet associated with sort of sidewalk and plaza area, 7,200 square feet associated with the driveway area, 2,500 probably for a service area for delivery and other things. You get a total development envelope of about 61,700 square feet. That fits within the 70% of area that's available for development. If you reduce the bedroom count, you can add additional square footage to the building. If you wanted to push it to 15,000 and reduce the number of residential units to 18, you come up with an equivalent adjustment. And if you add a restaurant and you said that for each 3 seats of a restaurant you needed a parking space, you could do, on one hand, you could do 14,000 square foot of building area, which would have 12,000 square feet of retail, 24 residential units, and 24 seats in a smallish restaurant requiring 8. Again, you can park all of that. So our goal is to have create a flexible box that the development community can respond to, that can be parked, can adequately preserve open space, and can provide sufficient amount of development to produce an economically positive outcome for the property and for the town. And that's the sort of the general parameter that we're trying to work with. And so with that, I'll open it up to comment. It's late, and if it's helpful.
Can we have Tim speak next?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, if it's late and if it's helpful, and the board thought to create a subcommittee to work with us in terms of drilling into the language of the zoning to come back to the meeting on the 22nd, we'd be happy to cooperate with that. As I see the schedule laying out, we have really until the middle of March to nail down the final form of zoning before the board has to make a recommendation to town meeting, to the warrant committee at the town meeting, so that the recommendation can be printed in the article. So somebody needs to produce a bylaw that gets to the selectmen by the end of the first week of January to make it onto the warrant. That's a placeholder for further conversations with respect to the public hearing and otherwise. But we have plenty of time, January, February, into March, to do some more detail work associated with the zoning.
Okay. April.
I was going to ask if Tim can speak next. I followed up with Tim on this issue, and I don't know.
Sure, we'll go to
if others
staff.
have too.
So I distributed a few site plan diagrams that I very quickly drew up. One of them that I think responds generally to a lot of Mr. Corcoran's numbers, and then a few that address some other development scenarios that were suggested by members of the planning board. And these are diagrammatic, which, and by that I mean they're not engineered. I'm not an architect. This is just to sort of give you an idea of how much space things would take up on the site in terms of the major components: commercial, residential, parking, a driveway. And then I used Ned's assumption of 2,500 square feet of a service type area. So when you look at these, I would caution you not to. Not an engineer. So this is scenario one, and you can see, assuming 4 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of commercial, and then 6 to 8 residential units at 1 parking space per unit. You see that sort of smaller residential building at 2 stories, 3,000 square feet. The reason I come up with 6 to 8 is, if they're 1 bedrooms, between 800 to 1,000 square feet per bedroom, and then a 1-story commercial building, sort of the larger, component. I have 66 spaces here, using that assumption of 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. That's 56 for the commercial, plus 8 to 6 to 8, comes out to you can't make 62 to 64 spaces. It's got to be 66 because of the width of the aisles and the width of the spaces. So this is sort of what this would look like. Doesn't take into account sidewalks or other sort of circulation. But this is what we're talking about. You know, this line here is a 50-foot setback from the front. These are sort of generally, Joe, these are on the website if you want to download them yourself. You don't need to take a picture, although you can, that's fine. And then on the sides and the back are 30 feet setbacks. You know, the language as it exists, I forget what the setbacks are. They can be whatever we decide those setbacks to be. All of these scenarios, when you look at them, I personally prioritize parking at the rear. I think that to preserve the integrity of the parkway, which is something that we've heard a lot of from everyone that's come to speak, I think having a parking lot in the front is just not a great idea. You can design a nice building. It's very tough to design a nice looking parking lot. So this is 14,000 square feet of commercial, 3,000 square feet of residential at 2 stories. So this next scenario basically doubles that residential space. 6,000 square foot, that's a 6,000 square foot footprint. No. Is it?
Yeah.
Right, at 2 stories. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my numbers. I don't know if they square up.
Tim, and I looked at these today. You had a number for the size of a parking space these days.
So our zoning, I use the standards that are in Section 7 of the zoning bylaws, which is an 8.5-foot wide by 19-foot long stall.
Yeah,
and then the circulation is 2-way aisles at 20 feet wide. Those are the assumptions that I used for the
And that's
for the
how you
parking.
come up with the 350? then?
No, I come up with the 350 off of. 350 is sort of just an industry standard that retail uses, figuring a 9 by 18 parking space, and
Well,
then
it used to be 10 by 20.
and then dedicating a factor to 24-foot aisles. That's where the 350 comes from. You know, so in the industry we say 350 to 400. I think that 350 is a holdover from when we were having previous conversations.
Yeah, I mean, these lots are smaller than that, although, I mean, and so what I would advise you is to sort of just imagine, you know, this could be a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, depending on the actual sort of
last time I
design.
interrupt, but that's what I did on your previous, the 70 times 350 is 24,000 something, yeah?
So this is similar to the first scenario we looked at, just doubling the residential space. It creates a larger parking lot. Same thing. I'll also say there's currently two curb cuts onto the parkway on the site. All of these scenarios assume 1 curb cut. That's something that is kind of up for grabs. I think, again, in keeping with sort of the net benefit to the parkway, 1 driveway as opposed to 2 driveways, I think is better. But again, that's up for grabs in terms of a design. This third scenario has a smaller main commercial building at 10,000 square feet. It sort of splits the commercial component between 2 buildings, so you'd have a sort of single-use commercial building, a mixed-use commercial and residential building. So again, if you assume, 5,000 square feet of footprint, right? Yes. With 5,000 square feet of commercial on the bottom, 5,000 of residential on the top, that's about 6 units. Again, the parking sort of uses those same numbers. But again, this would sort of split that commercial component in half with a 1-story and a 2-story building. Scenario 4, I think it's the one that most closely mirrors Ned's sheet that he distributed in terms of, I can go back and just sort of, this is the one that we're talking about. So this is a single mixed-use building at 3 stories, so 14,000 square feet footprint with commercial on the first floor, and then 2 floors of residential on top, which would sort of accommodate 20 to 24 units, depending on if you had, I'm sort of 10 to 12,000 square feet on the upper floors assumes a little bit of a setback as you go up. The design of the building, again, is something that, can either be stipulated or not stipulated. But this would, this is your parking situation now with 24 units. It might not be as square as this, depending on how you would design the parking lot. I put the constraint on myself when I was designing this to put the parking in the rear, just because I think that's an important urban design component. And then there's a fifth scenario that, this one, I'm sorry. I don't want to confuse everybody. This actually assumes 5 parking spaces per 1,000. That's why that parking lot is so big. So a parking space for every 200 feet of retail space, plus up to 22 residential units at 1 parking space apiece. The fifth scenario is the one that I think more closely mirrors Ned's numbers. So you've got the smaller lot because it has the ratio of parking spaces per 1,000 is 4 instead of 5. Again, this shape reflects a very sort of, up and down. There's aisles at 20 feet around, and then aisles in between. So this is an actual, I have a scribbling, this is an actual sort of designed back of the envelope parking lot. It could be designed in different ways for a bigger or smaller. And then I drew up a quick scenario 6 at the request of Alex, just to show a smaller main commercial building and a mixed-use building with setback from the parkway a little bit more. But again, this is 6,000 square feet footprint with first floor commercial, second story residential. So again, you'd only be getting the 6 units on the second floor, and again with the split of the commercial between 2 buildings. So again, diagrams that kind of show you what this stuff, the space that it takes up on the site, not necessarily how a site plan would actually come out to look. That was engineered and designed.
Thanks, Tim. April, do you have any comments?
Well, I find it helpful to see Tim's diagrams, because I think a lot of what we're hearing is general support for a mixed-use concept, but some concerns about density. And I think that this helps people understand what exactly the site could look like. I think it speaks to a potential maximum building envelope, which I've also heard a couple of comments about, and I think we need to make sure we have in the bylaw. So I think it's really helpful. I'm really interested to hear what everybody else has to say.
The 14,000 square foot retail, which would seem to me would be comparable to the market in East Milton. Visually looking at it, I'm wondering if it even is 14,000 square feet. It may be. Marketplace. Oh, the whole building footprint, CVS and storage. Okay. Fruit Center Market is 14,000 square feet. With this, a market of 14,000 square feet, possible office space for whatever you use, a bank or whatever, a cafe, residential, I don't see, it seems difficult that it could accommodate that. In the parking spaces, like, I don't blame Tim, but you're averaging below 300 feet a square, 300 square feet a parking spot. So I assume that parking is just a big blank parking lot with no islands between them, or trees, or grass strips, or nothing.
You got it.
So my impression is the whole thing is just significantly dense for the site. And even on the roadway, the parkway, I find the parkway to be a nice roadway. And this is going to create a lot of different traffic flow in that parkway.
Mike, what I would say is, and yes, you're absolutely right, that this red box is literally the dimensions of space and the dimensions of aisles. So the parking lot could be, and probably would be, bigger than this footprint. But that extra space would be, I don't think it would, and I don't think it should count as open space. But like you said, with islands, landscaping, if there's a low-impact design component to the parking lot. It would make the parking lot bigger, but not necessarily increase the impervious space.
Yeah.
By
which is-
a lot. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
no, I'm
there'd
not,
be curbs and
I'm not even
whatnot.
concerned with
Yeah.
the impervious. That doesn't, that's another issue about drainage and everything, but, and I think an individual made a point earlier that I thought was pertinent, and that is, if this is for millennials and you're gonna get a young couple in there that's 25, they're both gonna have a car. There's gonna be a lot of craziness over parking spots here.
If I can provide some personal input, that's not necessarily
Are
the
you a
case.
millennial?
My
Yeah, he
wa-
might be a.
Let's say-
He might be premillennial or
Yeah, I know.
post-millennial. He might be
No,
post-millennial.
no, my wife would say no. I mean, I'm a young couple with a one-car household. I don't want to present too much anecdotal evidence, but I
But
mean,
you do a lot of walking.
I do a lot of walking.
I'll beat you halfway, Tim. I'll say it's gotta be at least 1.5 per unit.
I think if you build units that have one parking space, you will sell or lease those units. I don't think there's any question.
Oh, and I think people will lease them, and they'll say, oh, I've only got one spot, that's fine.
I'll park in the
They'll move
market.
in, and they'll get 2 spots, and they'll say, I've got 2 cars, though, but I only have one designated spot, okay, but I've got 2 cars.
And then they can go to the impound yard and pick up their car every day. I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
right.
I
You
mean,
can argue with the guy
these
coming
are-
out of the market,
yeah,
coming
I
out of
mean,
the cafe.
these are things that you can regulate.
And I
later
made the
on.
same point before, so it'd be up to me to get down and probably do a count. I'd be curious to know the number of spaces they have down at the Milton Marketplace.
10 steps ahead of you, Mike.
Do you know that?
So in 2010, as part of the East Milton Deck project, they did a parking occupancy count in East Milton, and they did count the Milton Marketplace. So there's 184 spaces in the main Milton Marketplace lot, not counting what they call the town lot that kind of.
Across the road,
No, it's connected, but it's the Fitness Unlimited uses it a lot. It's
the upper
Right
level,
on
okay.
Bassett.
Not included.
So that doesn't even include the upper portion there?
No.
No, this is the upper portion.
Okay, that includes everything.
Is in the 184
But keep,
spaces.
and we're discussing, so I'm just discussing, keep in mind here, that's in a commercial area where there's street parking, there's parking across Granite Ave, all along there. It's a different scenario. There's not gonna be no street parking here, you're not gonna have people lined up along the parkway and park.
So those 184 spaces are for the whole Milton Marketplace. So when we say the fruit center is 14,000 square feet, I think we mean the fruit center is 14, that doesn't count CVS or the upper floor.
Well, there's your market and your bank.
But it's 20,663 total
Mm-hmm.
at the Milton Marketplace with 184 spaces.
It's almost 10,000.
And we can talk about whether that's too much parking.
I don't know if you tried to park there lately.
Never have a problem.
Too much
I
parking?
mean, what I.
That's because they have a security guy.
7 days a week.
That's because they have a security guy there making sure you don't have a problem.
What I'm showing you on the screen is the occupancy study that the traffic engineers did in 2010. So you can see at the different times of day. This is on a Saturday. This is on a weekday. Never gets beyond 78% occupancy on a weekday. So it becomes, if our priority is to sort of park for the absolute peak or to find a sort of reasonable amount of parking that we can be flexible with.
My last comment, and it's relative to what I've been talking about. If you just stood around Milton Market and watched the chaos of coming in and out of there, and again, it's a commercial area with, I think it has 3 entrances, exits. Yeah, it has one on Antwerp towards the cleaners. It has one out onto Granite Ave, and it has one back onto, I don't know the name of the side street there. And it's chaotic, but this will have one in and out, and it's a similar size, and it's not a commercial area, so there isn't other areas to kind of stop in the car quick and jump out and run into the store and go back, not even using the parking lot. But I think it's very dense for the spot it's in.
Alex.
Well, the Milton Marketplace property is 2.08 acres, and this is somewhat less, 2.04 acres. So this is smaller than the Milton Marketplace. So I think that Tim is right in suggesting that a building bigger than what exists on Milton Marketplace is a huge mistake. And we don't need a bigger building because we have studies, Bill has looked into it, there are a number of good markets which are 10,000 square feet to 14,000 square feet. And the zoning should say that you've got to have a market of at least 10,000 square feet because that's the whole point. And if developers don't want to develop a market of 10,000 to 14,000 square feet, they don't have to. But what we are doing as a town is trying to come up with some reasonable zoning for this particular site. And the idea of 61,000 square feet, which would be 3 times as dense as Milton Marketplace, is simply unacceptable as far as I'm concerned, and it's not necessary because the centerpiece is 10 to 14,000 square feet. That's the market.
Where did you come up with 64,000 square feet?
54,000?
No, 64, I think from your total development
64,000
areas.
square feet is the total area of land that is not open space. That is parking area plus building area.
What is your total square footage here?
Total square footage is 14,000 plus 24,000 up, 24 single-family residential.
So say it's 40,000. 40,000?
Yeah, but
Which
it's
is
but it's
almost
four-
twice, okay,
It's
it's almost.
14,000 commercial square footage and 24 one-bedroom apartments.
Well,
You can't equate
I think that
single-bedroom
you-
apartments to square
We
footage on a
can
commercial basis.
go with the 14,000 square foot of commercial. I think that's reasonable. And if you take your Milton Marketplace square footage total, you've got 6,000 additional for your residential component. And I think that that would be fair, although I'm thinking that if you do a 25% affordable apartment building, I'd be prepared to double that to 12,000 square feet just because it's would be in the public interest.
And that's 12 units in our estimates?
It'd be about 12 units. A one bedroom's 900 or
Probably 600 to 700 square feet for a one bedroom.
1,000.
Yeah.
Plus ancillary area, so hallways and stuff. So you're
Up to-
probably at 850 to 900 square feet
Yeah.
per unit
And
with
then
the
for
hallways.
a two-bedroom is probably 1,100.
11 to 12, yep,
Yeah.
with the hallways.
Why would you have two bedrooms?
You probably have 10 units or so, which, is a good number of units. It's quadruple what the zoning would call for. My feeling is that the building on the parkway, putting the parking in back is right, and then along the parkway you would have, basically a movie set appearance. You'd get something looking like Monticello facing the parkway, and then your business facade would face the parking lot on the other side. I think that to do this, the only way you can do it is to provide for a curb cut through the island and probably a light. And whether you can do it attractively, I don't know. But I would expect that the curb cut at Home Inc. would have to be closed as a compensation. I think that you could do something interesting, but you really got to hold down your square footage to about 30,000, I think. I think it's doable, and then you come up with zoning for something like what Tim suggested. And developers can look at it, and if they're uninterested, which I would be remarkably surprised if they were uninterested, since Bill has found numerous markets at 10,000 square feet, which developers are fighting to get into. I think that we could have something that would serve what we heard the neighborhood to say they wanted. It would have a reasonable residential component, and it would have a good commercial component with a market that was a credit to the town. So I think it can be done. As far as zoning is concerned, I'm happy to try my hand at some zoning for along the lines of what Tim has produced. As far as the subcommittee is concerned, I can't see sitting around this table with a bunch of people for hours on end writing zoning. I just can't see it.
I'd rather have something I can respond to, frankly.
So, I have a couple of comments. One is, I agree that the density, that, you know, I've said it last time, I think we just have to be very careful about the density. I think, you know, we need an FAR component here in addition to a sort of an area that you can build on the ground. So if FAR is floor area ratio, that's amount of building you have against the actual acreage you have, not just the acreage you can build on. You know, and you're talking about at 30,000 square feet, is that what you said? 14,
20,
you were saying 20 or 30,000 square
20,000.
feet. So, you know, you're,
I was saying.
20,000 is, you know, that's probably a 25%, it's probably around a 25, 27% FAR, maybe 35% 's appropriate, but, you know, it's in that ballpark probably that's going to be appropriate for a site like this in a suburban area. And parking, ultimately, in my experience, for a retail property, you can have an FAR of 50%, and the parking requirement for it, you're never going to get above 20 anyway. The parking requirement for retail is such that it's going to dictate the size of your development every time, because it's just going to limit how much area you can build on. You know, I think the parking ratios, you know, and I know I'm going to have to fight with Tim about this, but, you know, the parking ratios, I think at 4 per thousand for retail, especially for grocery store, are too low. I think you have to have 5 per thousand for grocery. I would be concerned about leasing to a grocer. I think the grocers are going to want 5 per thousand. I definitely agree that there's markets out there that are going to lease 10 to 14,000 square feet. I definitely think that this is a site that would be marketable to developers. All of that said, we've seen, I think, 7 or 8 plans for this site now, conceptual plans. There's probably 7 to 100 more that we could look at. Until we come up with a zoning bylaw, it's all conceptual. And frankly, it's all conceptual even after we come up with the zoning bylaw, until we have a developer in front of us with an application. So I appreciate all of Tim's time. I think it was very valuable, as April pointed out, to start to see the scale of what we're going to be looking at. But I think if the planning board wants to respond to this, it's time to get serious about looking at the zoning. I think we have a zoning bylaw in front of us. I have substantial comments to it, but I think it does provide the basis of something we could work with. So I'm happy to work with this bylaw, with this board around this table at public hearings. I'm happy to do it in public subcommittee meetings. If Alex wants to write something else, I think we're going to end up in the same situation where we're looking at it as a board and having subcommittee discussions. All I know is we need to figure out a way to get an opportunity to review this as a group. And it's 10:30 tonight, and I don't see a lot of meetings in our future that are going to give us a 2 or 3 hour window that aren't going to get us in before 10:30. So,
but Bill will give you.
So personally, I think a subcommittee is a good idea. I think we could have a subcommittee of 2. We could have a subcommittee of all of us. It doesn't matter to me. We could make it a posted meeting. But I think
it would have to be, if it was a subcommittee, it'd have to be a posted meeting.
So
I think it should be a posted meeting anyway, because I think the public should have the right to sit there and listen to what we're talking about.
Can I make a suggestion, without anybody wanting to kill me? Should we have a separate meeting on this topic of the full board?
We can, but it's not going to be in December, I don't think. I think we're going to have a hard time finding a date in the next 2 weeks.
When we come up with a bylaw, the traffic signal or any cuts in the parkway are going to be out of our hands.
They're not, no, they're not. They're going to be part of any special
Permit.
permit application that comes before us.
Then
And
they'd have to get a
they'd have to-
permit from the DCR.
Right, so this doesn't dictate the light. This dictates the zoning for the density
No, I'm wondering
for
if
the site.
DCI turns around and says there has to be a traffic light there because of this development.
It might.
Meets the warrants, they will.
It
Well,
might.
that's why, I'd like to put in the permit that we don't put up a traffic signal there, but my point is, I don't think we'll be in a position to do that, because the DCI will probably dictate that.
Yeah, I don't think we can restrict a
How
traffic signal by
how would you
DCR.
have a market without a signal?
Yeah, you can't have a market without a signal.
I'm with
There's
you,
no
Mike. I
signal-
don't
there's
like
no
the
signal
idea
at
of a
Milton
signal.
Market.
I don't see a market without a signal. I think you're going to trigger a warrant and you're going to get a signal.
If the road's faster and there's no signal at Milton Market.
I'm just letting you know, I don't think you're going to get a DCR approval, or I wouldn't.
Well, that's what I mean, it's out of our hands, DCI is going to want a signal there.
We could
Actually,
require a
two signals
signal.
in Milton Market.
I mean, it's going to be a whole new, the parkway's going to be completely different in my
maybe
mind
not.
with the signal there.
I think we've made the point that the parkway is going to be completely different no matter what goes here.
So, I mean, I think my perspective is I don't want to make the parkway completely different.
Well, it's going to be, you just heard it.
I mean, I think that there's an opportunity to design something that's neighborhood scale, that looks neighborhood scale from the street, that has the parking in the rear that you can't see. It doesn't look like a strip mall. It doesn't look like, this mega mall shopping center. I think it was important for me to see the massing in Tim's design because, I mean, really, the parking did look kind of big to me, and I thought that looked bigger than I was envisioning, and some of the development scenarios I didn't love. But I think from what I'm hearing, although I don't want to speak for Mike, Alex and you and I have expressed a general consensus that this could be an interesting zoning article. What I would love to do is have an opportunity to look at something. I don't care whether it's this draft or it's a new draft or what.
I mean, we have a draft. So, I mean, the question is, do we want to go off of the draft that's in front of us that's been submitted by the applicant, or does Alex want to write something else that we'll then review and go through it? If you do that, Alex, that's fine. I would like to give you my comment, so at least you
I
can
think
have that
that
considered.
I would prefer to do that just because I don't like the draft.
Okay. I mean,
So you would prefer to do what?
I
missed
would
that.
prefer to write something myself.
I'd just
big
like
point.
to make one last comment. We sat tonight, we listened to a bunch of people who come from a neighborhood that's very nice, and they want to preserve their roadway. Now we've got a public parkway for the general public. If I can cut to the chase, the regular guy, and we're just going to put up traffic lights and completely change it, and everybody's, well, that's too bad, because that's going to happen.
Mike, we're not doing that. That's a special permit process. It's a public process. The applicants are going to have, if there's a warrant for a light and the light is required as part of the development that's proposed, that's when the neighborhoods can come out and say, we don't want this project, we don't want a light, and the planning board can say, we're not issuing this
And I
permit.
think that what we're doing is we're giving the town an option, and I
trying.
don't, the current option, I mean, the town meeting is going to get something, and they could get what's out there now and say no. Or we could suggest something less and more in keeping with how we feel good design warrants, and then put it out there, and if the town, in its wisdom, doesn't want it, they get to vote. But put something that looks that's reasonably that works. That's a good design or a good scheme, a good zoning framework for a workable development, and put it to the town.
And I just want to say, Mike, I agree with you. I don't think a traffic signal is a good idea for the parkway. I really don't. I'm willing to keep an open mind because we haven't gotten that far yet and we don't have enough data to support a decision. But I don't love the idea. I can't envision it, and I drive the parkway every single day. I'm not opposed to a signalized crossing, which I think would improve safety, especially for the kids after school. But that I do agree with you both, I think, and that comes during the permitting process that we run right? And I mean, the state runs, and there's a public process, and we have plenty of opportunity to weigh in, so that's making me feel a little more comfortable
No,
with
no, I
it.
just think if you're gonna develop a project or set parameters by setting up a bylaw,
Mhm.
and somebody's gonna come in, and they say, well, I meet every bit of your bylaw.
Mike, I think we can vote no I think we can sit here and vote to stop talking about this, and I think there'll be a citizen's petition in front of us in
That's fine.
2 weeks.
Well, then we're going to have to.
And so we're
We
gonna
can go
have
to,
to.
we
Come up
can,
and
we can
say
go
that
to
this should be
the town meeting, and we can say
And we can say
that
we
the
don't
planning
have-
board didn't have any input, and the
I
public can
agree.
understand that.
I agree. I'm just saying, I think you've had enough people, in my opinion, enough people have come before
But
this
you-
board
but you-
saying, please consider this.
Yeah,
What
you,
you
you're
have
not
is-
talking, there's a light, you're talking a right-hand turn lane.
Yeah.
You're talking
Maybe.
left-hand turn.
Possible.
How can you
Yeah,
say
that's
that? We
true.
don't
We
have
don't
a
know
plan
that.
in front of us.
All
I disagree
you
with
were talking
that.
about is safe access, Mike, and if that doesn't involve a light, great.
And Mike, and what I would say is that once there is a decision or not a decision to break the median, install traffic controls, that's where the historic treatment parkway guidelines come into play.
Right.
And that, I recommend reading those guidelines. I did cover to cover. They're interesting and they're good. And so that's sort of a process where it's not just putting in a traffic light. It's, DCR has its own guidance that it's supposed to follow to, do it in the most, historically and kind of whatever,
But we haven't heard from the
sensitive
public
way.
on this yet.
I know. Okay, I'm going to move to the public, and then we're going to decide which way, we're going to figure out a path on this, and we're going to move to the next item on the agenda. So is there anyone here from the public that wishes to speak? Or have you all said your piece? Okay, Ms. Sloan, come forward, please.
Priscilla Hayden Sloan, 55 Concord Avenue, Town Meeting Member Precinct 10. I'd like to echo something that Joe Sloan said earlier, which is when you're considering what draft of the zoning to work from, I would recommend that you go back to the one that provided the most restrictions as a starting place, rather than the current one that provides the least restrictions, because that's the one that came before town meeting previously with a lot of input from a lot of people, and it still didn't pass. So that might be a more helpful starting place than this looser one. I have a question that's a little bit separate, and I know I sent a quick message to Tim toward the end of the day, just looking for some clarification, and that was regarding Ms. Tujayas's recusing herself from the conversation. And in my note that I sent you, it's just come up with us in a variety of conversations. People are wondering if there could be an explanation of her recusing herself, because previously she was involved in drawings and functioning in the role of an architect. And I know she had told us after that town meeting vote that she was no longer involved, but she's been leaving the table for these discussions. So the public has asked for just some clarification as to what her role is, and just to understand that.
So we checked in with the State Ethics Board on this to answer your question, and we had actually, Mr. Gaius had done this a long time ago. And there is no obligation for her to disclose her reasoning for recusing. If she chooses to recuse, she can recuse. And so when she comes back in the room, I've already mentioned it to her that if she wishes to disclose her reasons, she can, but she's under no obligation to do so. That's the answer to your question.
Well, the further extension of that is when we were reviewing the drawings that had her company's logo on them.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going in another direction and we're not using those drawings, it seems like those shouldn't be posted up for the public then on the website, information that people gather when they type in Ice House Development, because her company logo is on those drawings. So that was the point for the clarification, is that if you know, if we're going in a different direction and we're using different plans, then I think that's a point of clarification for the public as well, because those are the only drawings that are out there. And that,
I mean, I think I've tried to make clear throughout this whole process that those plans are supposed to be, I think, representative of something that could be built. But what the board is discussing is not a plan. It's a zoning bylaw. So that's public information at this point. Those plans have been shared. I'm not sure why we would take it down off of the website, because it's part of the sort of public discourse we've had about Ice House. And I'm not sure why Mr. Guy sitting here or not sitting here is relevant to whether or not they're up there.
well, I think that I disagree with your perspective, because I also reviewed the ethics law and the conflict of interest law, and the understanding is that anything that suggests any kind of a bias in a decision-making board is important for the public to know about. And if she's not engaged, that's great. If she is, that's fine. But I think,
But she's recused, so what difference does it make?
as you related to the drawings and the relevance, again, the public has a lot of different impressions of the conversation that's going on at this table. And I appreciate that Alex wants to step forward and clarify with the bylaw what we are finally going to be discussing. But there are so many different drafts and versions, and tonight we've just looked at 5 more sets of pictures. So I think it does matter what's out in the public domain and what's on websites and what's available. Because
What part of that discourse so far is no longer relevant? Because all of it has led to where we are tonight.
is there, I'm raising the question of clarification. So if no one else on the board has a concern, and you feel that it's not relevant, then I've made my
It's not
point.
that I don't think it's not relevant. I don't want to in any way have you think I'm disrespecting your position. I very much appreciate you approaching this. I think my response is that I think all of those diagrams and all of those drafts are probably going to be incorporated into further discussions that this board is going to have about the potential scaling, the potential language, whether there's restrictions, whether there aren't restrictions. But to your point, so far, there is nothing that this board is considering. This has all been a public discussion. So when something does get presented as something that the board needs to start reviewing, if for instance, Alex drafts up something that we need to look at, I think we do need to make very clear on all of those different materials what we're finally talking about. So I think that's certainly a very salient point that we should definitely take into account when we're figuring out how to present the materials to the public. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, anybody else from the public? Yes.
Hi. Annetta McSweeney, 250 Blue Hills Parkway. I've been listening to all that's been said tonight, and we've talked for a long time about a buffer zone off of Uncody Road. It seems to me that there should be a buffer zone off of the parkway as well for this. What is the zone that Home Inc. has across the street? I mean, when you look at that, you don't see all of those homes back there at all. In fact, most of those people don't even know there is the extent of traffic that we have because they're set back so far. But those of us that are right on the road experience that every day. And like I say, I know when 4 o'clock comes because it wakes me up. I think there's a lot that needs to be taken into account. I think the 30 feet from the neighbor doesn't seem like much. That can't be more than a driveway. And it seems that they should have more footage there. And I'm concerned about the conservation land. Most of the people that want this do not want the pond altered in any way. Many of them do not want the conservation land altered. And the parkway, I know you all think that we can just do anything you want with the parkway. It's historic. I see no reason to be altering it. Why can't we develop something there that keeps the parkway the way it is? And I think that that's what we should work towards. Are there criteria that need to be met for us to go to this extent of business zoning? That, you know, why can't we stick with the zoning as it stands and work within that framework to put a market in there of small size or whatever? I think once you get into adding a restaurant and other services like a bank and all, it gets to be too much. So those are just my thoughts.
So I think, the board appears to be, I think you heard tonight, there's some discussion among the board about what's right here. And that discussion is certainly going to continue over the next number of weeks and months, potentially, as we evaluate this zoning that's coming before us. And I think, the board has been, we can either take up the zoning or we can't. And I think we've heard a lot of people suggest we should. So I think we're going to undertake a discussion. But I don't think there's been any conclusions yet, as you heard around the table tonight, what's right for the site. So please keep coming to the meetings and weighing in.
We're becoming family.
Yes. Lovely to see you, everyone.
Yes. Okey-doke.
Thank you. Can you come forward, though, please? Identify yourself.
248 Blue Hills Parkway. When does the Conservation Commission get involved in here and consider issues related to runoff from the parking lots and all that kind of stuff? I just don't know.
Wouldn't be until there was a specific application for a specific project.
And do they have, what kind of input do they have in the way of affecting the development and shaping the project? I mean, what if they come in and they say, we don't like the idea of the parking lot behind the building because of the potential runoff from the cars, say, into the wetlands and pond and the watershed?
It's likely that any project here would have to meet 100% meet stormwater standards. So as long as they met stormwater standards, I don't believe Conservation Commission has any real input into the aesthetic design of the project. But they are going to make sure that the site is equal to or better than what is there today from an impact standard.
So there are environmental protections, which will be good.
Yeah, it won't be part of this zoning. It's already, it's town law, state law, federal law, it's already in place.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone
I
else?
spoke earlier, but I'd just like to say I'm very encouraged by the discussion.
Could you just come forward just quickly, just because we have to do it for the record?
Especially since it's a compliment.
And since it made us all feel warm and fuzzy.
Catherine Smith out of 62 Churchill Street, Precinct 1, and I'm very encouraged by your discussion tonight. I hear you valuing the neighbors who live there. I hear you valuing the conservation land, and I hear you paying a lot of attention to how we use that one piece of land. And I very much see it as an opportunity for change, for growth, for strengthening that community. But there's a lot of things that have to be taken into consideration, and I'm hearing each of you bring those forward.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Sir?
Paul Donovan, 360 Blue Hills Parkway. I'm also encouraged by what I've heard tonight. I'm of mixed opinion because I feel we need more income in the town in all of this, but I am concerned about the idea of changing residential zoning to commercial zoning. I think worries a lot of us, especially who live in the neighborhood, and I mean, it's going to be your responsibility to come up with a zoning statement that prevents things from getting out of hand. And it's easy to look at this and draw up pictures and see what will fit where, and we'll get just this type of person to be in here, and we'll do this and that, and it's fun to do that, and there's all kinds of ways you can configure it. A lot of us live in the town because we're not quite
the city, and we're not quite the suburbs, and we know we need a lot of things. We do already have a lot of supermarkets in the area. We have local, small shops in the neighborhood. We've got gas stations within walking distance. There's a lot of density there already. One of the things that concerns me that I mentioned before is the problem of the density and the traffic that this is going to cause. And since we've had traffic lights at the end of the parkway, and now we've had constructions at the other end of the parkway, the traffic is getting heavier and heavier earlier in the morning. It increases the risk of problems with our children who are walking in the neighborhood. It gets more and more difficult for me living on the parkway to be able to turn out into the parkway. Taking those turns to go the other way on a U-turn on the parkway is getting more and more difficult. As I mentioned the last time, during the winter, when the side streets are not plowed well and the parkway is never plowed well, we're reducing the width of these roads that you're talking about, so we're increasing the traffic density even more and raising further issues. These are the kind of things that we're worried about as neighbors. I don't want to get back to the point where before we had the bottle bill, you'd go down to the brook and you had broken glass everywhere. We had shopping carts in the brook. We had all of this junk there. That's part of increased intensity of use of the area. It's a residential area. It's the parkway. It's supposed to be the one area in town that kind of takes us from the city into the hills. It's a beautiful area, and there's no way that we can do some of the things you're talking about without us having to change the parkway. You're going to have to do something. You're going to have lights. Those lights are going to cause issues. We're going to have 600-700 more cars a day or a week or whatever it is, traveling up and down at all hours of the day and night. That's what we're concerned about. We don't have adequate side streets to handle overflow of traffic. Canton Avenue is very congested as it is. There's no, even having one road coming out of this, if it's a high-density shopping area, one road to get to the parkway, I can just imagine the chaos that's going to cause. This is what we're concerned about as neighbors. I've been a neighbor for over 40 years. I'm not against development or having extra things in. I understand the convenience of some of this, but all I would ask as a resident, a long-term resident, and someone who cares about the town, is that when you start figuring out the zoning, that you put aside a lot of these specifics and think about what is the impact of changing this area to a commercial zone from a residential zone. And if you have doubts and if there's no way to be able to control what the ultimate effect would be down the road 5, 10, 15 years from now, I would recommend that you not do it.
Thank you. I think, having seen a lot of zoning in my career and knowing the kind of zoning that we write through Alex in this town, there are going to be protections that are going to require traffic studies and no impact on the community, and there are going to be protections that are going to allow this board to restrict or prohibit a development that's not scaled appropriately. So, as I just said a few minutes ago, please keep paying attention and please keep looking at what we're looking at. But I would expect that those protections will be in whatever draft.
I think there's, sorry to interrupt, but you've said that you've already heard a lot of people talk to you in proposing this, but a lot of the people you're not hearing, or the people who are hearing partial information, are worried about this. And when you hear someone saying, well, we're going to take a Milton marketplace kind of thing and plunk it down into this neighborhood, that's not a good thing for that neighborhood. If you're going to convince people that we can do something that's feasible, you've got to approach it that way. Otherwise, it's just going to cause more discord, and we're going to have another case where it'll be 5 or 10 years of people arguing about this. And we can't even get these things done in commercial areas of the town, never mind changing the residential area to a commercial zone to help out. And I would also advise at the last meeting, people started to use the old affordable income dodge to say, to threaten people, well, if we don't do this, we're going to put in 401B housing. We could do that on our own. That's not a good approach and should not be mentioned either. We don't want to be threatened. I think it's beyond it being a sudden racist kind of thing. That's not the approach we need to take. We want to work together as neighbors to get something decent.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I just want to make sure you and everybody who's spoken tonight know how much we do value your opinion. And as Brian has encouraged you, please keep coming back. But what I hope you're hearing tonight is that, we've heard a lot of different presentations from representatives of the land, which I think is good to know where they're coming from. I think what we're hoping to do now is kind of steer this moving forward based on our collective discussions and what we think is in the best interest of the neighborhood, hearing from people who support, people who don't support, people who are sort of in the middle. We've collected a lot of information. I think what we're going to do now is work together to try to put something forward that we think works. So I hope that you'll continue to engage, as Brian said. I hope that you'll have some confidence in us, and if you don't, at some point in the process, you can let us know. But I think what we'll see next, and hopefully, I don't know, Alex, if you'll have something for the next meeting, or the meeting after
It
that.
has to be the next meeting.
Then is a good time for you to say, we don't think there's enough protections because it's not written here on this page. But I hope what you're hearing is that we're kind of trying to steer the conversation in a way that the board thinks is in the best interest of the community.
I mean, that's what a lot of us are hearing, but I can,
Well, you'll see. The rubber will meet the road
I
soon.
can tell you too, the people here, well, this decision is going to be put out 2 days before Christmas. The reaction is going to be to that. It's going to be, what's the rush and what are people trying to do? Because people are concerned. And it's partly a selling job, and it's part of
This is
process of getting
this is
people.
a May town meeting article, so there's going to be plenty of time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
We
that.
simply have to get
Well-
something in by January 4th.
You know that, and a lot of
So
people
the
involved
process
know
is,
that,
the
but
process is that we have to submit something to the selectmen by January 4th to have it on the warrant. We have until March, a date in March, in March, to revise that in order to make a recommendation to the warrant committee, which they will then print in the warrant. In rare cases, you can actually make a no recommendation at the time of printing and make your recommendation on the floor of the town meeting. So we have between March and May to discuss this thing.
Let's try to avoid that.
Yes, sir.
We're going to try and get something that people can live with.
By March.
By
By
December.
printing. By December,
22nd.
right.
yeah,
At
well,
least it's comforting enough.
I don't think any of us envy you the position, but, it's a
Well,
tough
if you do,
decision.
You're practically
we
one
can
of
let
us
you know
now.
when you
Yeah.
can submit
Yeah.
your papers
Yeah.
for election.
Right, let us know next time.
Thank you.
But as long as you keep these things in mind, because
Thank
it
you.
is important to all of us.
Thanks very much.
Anyone else? Okay. December 22nd will be our next conversation about this. Alex, will you be able to submit the Friday before? Or should we take a little time the Tuesday before?
We're going to work on our first waiver.
We'll see, but I doubt it.
I do, too.
I think that it's going to probably be the Tuesday before.
Okay.
It's not bad.
I'll do the best I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know that as much notice as possible is good.
Very good. All right. Can someone grab Cheryl, please? I think we're going to adjourn.
Are we under?
Tim, can you please tell me the agenda for December 22nd, please?
Got a public hearing at 7:15 for 37 Central Ave, site plan approval. We've got a continued public hearing at 7:30 for the Town Farm Cluster Development. And now it's in no particular order, a continued discussion of the 1259 Brush Hill Road A&R, a continued conversation on the recreational marijuana moratorium. We've got a conversation on draft zoning for the Carberry Estate. We've got this new discussion.
45, huh? Public hearing?
No, you got bumped to January.
To January.
Sorry.
January 12th. We've got this Ice House discussion, and then Ned is going to be bringing some folks in to talk about 2 Adams.
Possibly.
Possibly.
I have a,
Two Adams Street's coming back.
So,
I have an A&R that needs to go on there too.
okay, so the A&R will be on there because we can't delay that. I'm going to suggest, just probably at risk to my own personal safety, that we delay some of the next couple of conversations, but we put them at the beginning of the next week's agenda. I don't know that we have time to get into it tonight.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, great.
But this is just a problem that I think that warrants delay. I got out the warrant for our Article 14 of the 2016 warrant, and the comment to our budget is the planning board budget recommendation includes a one-time increase of $15,000 to be funded with free cash. This additional appropriation would be used to begin a zoning codification project to examine, reorganize, and clarify Milton's zoning bylaws. That's how we got the money. We got it to do this. And you know, I'm very loath to repurpose the money on our own, and I would, it would be useful to me if the warrant committee would indicate that we can, in fact, repurpose this money. It isn't in the appropriation, but it was a representation made to the town meeting, and the town meeting acted on that representation in giving us the $15,000. And so I am very reluctant.
I did check in with both the current chair, and for the purposes of not having any conflicts, the former chair of the warrant committee, as well as Katie Conlon as one of the three chief executive officers of the town. The codification was absolutely the basis upon which the money was put into our general fund, which is for that purpose. We did achieve that purpose, even though we didn't spend any money to do it.
We haven't issued the pamphlets yet, so we may need some dough.
That's fair. But just to answer your question, they suggested that there is no reason we can't spend anything in our general fund on anything we want to spend, because it's in our general fund. Whether that we get a slap on the wrist at town meeting, they can't, at the next town meeting, they can't represent one way or the other. But from an authority and a discretionary standpoint, we can spend it on whatever we want to spend. So that's the answer to your question. Whether it's the right thing to do, I'm not going to answer.
Do they think it's the right thing to do? Do they say it goes on all the time?
They did say it goes on all the time in different departments, absolutely. But they also suggested there's precedence of getting slaps on the wrist for it. So, but it definitely goes on all the time. People spend their general funds on all kinds of stuff.
I think people misread things from the planning board. I don't think anybody's not behind doing a study.
That's how I felt too.
I mean, that's not the case. It's the fact that they're asking the planning board to give up our funds, but with no one else being able to support a penny. Although I did see an email today of a guy who wants to give $500. Is that from the board at 88 Wharf, or is that from him personally? I don't know.
Him personally.
Oh, I would think the board at 88 Wharf would want to. I mean, it's going to beautify their area, but I don't think if we decide to give this $15,000 to the study, I don't think we can come to this, or at least I can come to this planning board and hear anybody whine about the fact that we haven't got a lighting zoning or a sign zoning or a condominium zoning, because we could put a consultant on some of this stuff with that money.
So
and I thought that was what we were going to do at one point.
So where I agree with you. So yes, but master plan implementation is suggesting to us that after a year of study, they think this is where we should spend the money. So that's, if we're talking about where we would spend it in the idea of moving one of these initiatives forward, they're saying this is where we should be spending our time. We can agree or disagree with them, but that's what master plan implementation, so that's why we're having the conversation. The only other thing, I did hear Katie Conlon's suggestion tonight about, in the future, bringing up a separate article for having the master plan implementation committee
have their own budget.
And I think that is a fantastic idea, because we won't run into this situation in the future where the planning board is being asked to use its general fund. Town meeting can speak
in May as to whether they want MPIC to spend anything. And if they don't want them to spend anything, then that's the end of the dialogue.
There's a little bit of a correction to that.
Okay.
Because it would have to be, this is based on a conversation I had with Katie, that the implementation committee would make a recommendation
To the planning board. Yeah,
but
you
either
can't
the
spend your
planning,
own money,
the planning
right?
board and the board of selectmen would approve it, because the committee is jointly appointed by the board of selectmen and the planning board.
But it would be it wouldn't be a planning board budget funded. It would be coming out of a
Correct.
designated
Separate.
warrant article dog year in the town
Right.
budget. And the planning board and the selectmen would have to authorize them to spend their budgets, but it wouldn't be coming out of our budget. We wouldn't have to have this conversation in the future.
You can see where somebody from the public would, it was even you, Cheryl, who has said at one time, people are asking us to come up with a signed bylaw. People, citizens are coming before us asking us for this stuff. You can see where the public listen tonight would say, well, lo and behold, one of the planning board members happens to be on the master planning committee, so they get the money. They don't listen to the public, they listen to people who have influence.
Well,
I mean, I'm getting like, you know.
I mean, it's 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
and we were at this hour the last time we talked about this after a long agenda. I don't think it's the best time to talk about it. I had some slides that I wanted to use. I would prefer that this move to 2 weeks from now, and that we have it earlier in the
I agree.
agenda.
We need to move it to the beginning.
Can I
of the
just make
agenda.
one quick comment, just because I wanted to mirror what Mike said, is that I didn't hear anybody saying at our last meeting that they didn't agree that this was a worthwhile endeavor. I think there was some resistance to a variety of different elements of it, and maybe the source of funds. But I had resistance to that. But it didn't mean that I didn't think that this was a worthwhile endeavor or a good thing to do, or that planning for the future is something that we should be doing. I absolutely agree with all of those principles.
The only other thing I'd put on the table before we move to the next meeting, because I think it's important that it be said, it mirrors something Katie said, it reflects a conversation I had with Katie. The Master Plan Implementation Committee has been working very, very hard this year, and I don't think that that's something that the public is widely aware of, but they have been spending a lot of time on these meetings and coming up with recommendations. I think it's important that the selectmen and the planning board listen to the board that they installed, the town meeting installed, and hear a recommendation. And if there's a way to validate the work they've done, I think that should be something we take into consideration. It shouldn't be the basis upon which we make a recommendation, but I do think that we should consider the fact that these are is it 5 or 6 members?
5.
5 members, 3 of whom are not related to the planning board or the selectmen, and they've spent a lot of time on this. So I just think it's really important that we remember, and at the very least, show our deepest appreciation of these folks.
You make the best point, and I don't want
Right.
to belabor this, but the planning board, the selectmen installed this committee, then they should have some confidence in, and they should give them a budget. Well, how do they expect people to do
In
anything without a
advance of our
budget?
next discussion on this, can we just be prepared to have feedback from MAPC? I talked to them this afternoon, and they said they didn't hear from us.
I haven't
I
heard
don't-
from Mark at all,
Mark Rescott?
Yes.
I talked to him today. He said he didn't hear from you, so I don't know.
because he
There's-
doesn't return his call, but that's
So,
okay.
regardless,
But I have a
there-
question. I have a, that fits into this. In our budget, I was instructed to take and level fund the budget from last year. So I did level fund it. We have a non-contingent and a contingent. In the contingent, there's an additional 15,000. Same thing that I did last year for this. There is no override, so there is no contingent.
When's the final budget due?
It
I know
was
when
due.
is the revised version due? January 30th, I think? I think we have until January 30th. So let's,
I have not heard
I think
that
it's
date.
important that we have the discussion about the article and everything else before we revise our budget.
I know that there is 15,000 in this year because I was able to carry the same number from last year in order
Yeah,
to
the
go
15,000
level
is absolutely
funded.
there.
There is no change.
No, it's there. So whether we want to leave it there or spend it.
There's no change to it.
I just want to, I think another reason to make sure we get this covered on the next agenda is that if this is going to be a warrant article,
Yep.
that they have to go in by what?
By
first
January
week of
4th, so we need
January
to have the
4th.
article drafted. So you and Katie should really try to draft something for us by the next meeting if you can.
I'll speak to her about it. I
It
think
should be a
they're
pretty
meeting
quick.
before the
should be a pretty-
22nd.
Should be a pretty quick, easy one to draft.
It should be a quick, easy one.
Yes, before we want, just to take 10 seconds. I'm going to speak to Tim. I'm going to try to calibrate that agenda next week so that we can, if we can move a few things to January. Do I have a second for the adjourning?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. See you.